So Euclid is a fantasy model. Bev is model afflicted.
Well, it's wrong.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look.
Well,
look
it's
over.
wrong.
Yeah, well, probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's
Mathematical
wrong.
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What,
Isn't it?
Euclid's Elements are wrong?
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like, you've
Well,
just
on
said
a
it
surface-
three or four times there. But how
Yeah.
is it wrong? You just say in that Euclid's Elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry
Yeah.
is wrong, Brenda.
Right.
This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. How you're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
Hyperbolic geometry is not the same, right, as reality.
Okay, well, that's good.
However,
You did say it was in reality, though. So where would you find that?
It's a better description of reality than
Well,
Euclid.
it's wrong.
It's better.
What?
Do you have like the book on hyperbolic geometry with the author's name and all the definitions and axioms and all, or do you just
Should
add
be
it on as book 16 to Euclid? Like, what's going on?
Well, it's wrong.
so general relativity. So Euclid is a fantasy. So Euclid is a fantasy. Bev is model afflicted.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look over.
Well, it's wrong.
So Euclid is a fantasy model.
That's child
Please
abuse.
don't be model afflicted like Brenda.
That's child abuse.
Bev,
That's child abuse.
you are model afflicted.
Euclid is fantasy,
That's child abuse.
but space-time geometry is real. Wow, Brenda, you outdid yourself.
I have in my imagination land, try to focus. If I use Euclidean geometry
That's child
to
abuse.
describe reality, I have in my imagination land, which is real.
It's inherent in nature.
Well, it's wrong.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just on
I don't understand the doublespeak. I don't understand the contradictions.
I'm not sure that I would call myself a dilethionist. I don't understand diletheism. Yes, that's what logic is. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms. Well,
For what reason?
it's my imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination. I'm not sure that I would call myself a dilethionist. I don't understand diletheism. Well,
For what reason?
it's in my imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination.
Can you explain to us why they disagree?
That's child abuse. That's child
Because it
abuse.
turns out I can just bend it in my imagination. Space-time is non-Euclidean.
Well, it's wrong.
Euclidean.
Yeah.
One of Kant's
don't understand.
well-known mistakes.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn. You just on your own.
Well, if the
You wanna-
current,
Pardon?
so if the plane is saddle-shaped, so I can
Plane?
just bend it in my imagination. If the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda.
You think things are doublespeak, but that's because you don't understand. Well, if the plane is
You wanna-
curved, so I can
Pardon?
just bend it in my imagination. If the plane is saddle-shaped,
Plane?
then that's if the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda.
If that
This
wasn't
is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. How you're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
so I can just bend
on.
it in my imagination. It's obvious to
Up
everybody.
your game, Brenda.
No, I have.
You're meant to be an expert at this. Aren't you? Aren't you one of the best?
No, so I can just bend it in my imagination. Well-known mistakes.
Well, it's wrong.
I just understand.
It's wrong.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn. You just
It's inherent in nature.
It's a
That's a quote.
That's what it is. They need Euclidean geometry to do all their stolen concept shit.
no reason, no logic. no wisdom, no worry.
As a front.
You're just on your own.
But in the back, they're doing their magic globe shit.
No logic, no answers to question.
Their magic globe shit.
You're just on your own.
Yes, that's what logic is.
Absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different accents.
Reality, yeah.
It's inherent. It's inherent in nature. That's a quote.
Transcendental, relating to the spiritual realm.
You read the second one. That's interesting. Very-
Kantian philosophy. Is that what you're after? You like a bit of Kant? Presupposed and unnecessary to experience a priori. I think you say that a lot. Is that a better way of saying it? A priori.
Immanuel Kant introduced that kind of language. Well, actually, people
Has anybody heard it before?
But he was the big man.
We're going live.
The old philosopher.
Come to find out, that quote that I just
It's
spoke
inherent
is
in-
actually
it's
just
inherent
quote.
in
nature. Oh, was it?
Ah, yeah.
No way. Kant
Yeah.
said that
Couldn't
Euclidean geometry was what's that?
It's inherent in
to
it's inherent in nature.
nature.
Inherent in nature. Yeah.
Well, it's wrong.
That's a
Yeah,
tough
many
one.
people seem to quote Kant or whatever to saying that reality is obviously and clearly Euclidean.
Yeah.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
Because I do actually teach my son geometry. So when you say we,
Yeah, that's child abuse. That's child abuse.
what teaching my child geometry?
Whatever. Yeah.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. Let me just turn this sound off here on my phone. There you go. Welcome everyone. We've been away for a bit. May have been a crisis or whatever, but hey, we're back. Defending straight. It seems gone a little bit weird recently within the flat earth thing. Finally, flat earthers are beginning to realize that it's not actually flat, and that certain claims that are made by flat earthers they've been led into certain positions that they're just, I don't know, untenable. Is that a word? I'm not too sure on whether it's the right word.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, there's just they're in ridiculous positions, and in order for them to get out of these positions, not only the flat earthers, but I think the globe guys as well, they've constructed this other world through mathematics or whatever, and the consequences of it, we've seen it for quite a while. The destruction of logic, mathematics, science. It's all this new modern stuff. So we're going to have to go over, I think today, Terence Howard was on Joe Rogan. Now, people are saying it was good. People are saying it's bad. The Walter Russell stuff. It's all over social media. We're going to be going over straight, which I think was the purpose of it. And there's a little bit of an attack on straight coming through this video. So we'll go into that in a bit. Yeah, welcome everyone. It is a free-for-all Friday. Anybody wants to pop on in, this is your chance to come in and have a chat. Not many people are doing that sort of thing. The lines of communication seem to have been shut down, and people do seem to get awfully triggered about things recently. I want to try and take it away from that and have a little bit of fun with this sort of stuff, because I mean, we are within the midst of battling feuds of people, flat earthers and globe earthers mainly, and there's been a video recently of Jesse Lee Peterson had a little chat with Flat Earth Dave, and that sort of gave you the idea that there are people out there that have no they have no fight in either corner, and there's a lot of people that are like that. I think that, you know, you don't have to choose either of these sides because it becomes very aggressive, and that's where we've been at the beginning. Always the idea is to come to an agreement. We're going to come to the agreement with people about things that we can agree on. That's what I think we should focus on. That I don't want to try and put any division into anything here on the level. We want to just be able to, you know, agree, find out where we can agree, and tonight's one should be a go over that. I don't know how long we're going to be going over it. So welcome everyone. Who else have we got in here? Oh, not many. Oh, Mateus, welcome. Never been in before. Do you want to do a mic check, Mateus, or are you all right just sticking behind there? Is that okay?
Mic check.
Yeah,
Mic check.
that sounds good. Thank you very much. Welcome. Yeah, we are going to go over the video. Has anybody got anything else you want to go over? We've just joined the Hawksters channel, Sean Hawkins, after his infamous appearance on Debatism, where he I can't even remember what the debate was. That's bad, isn't it? It's too focused on the Hawkster. Oh, was it? It was with Brian Leakey, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he was very, very terrible.
Yeah.
But
Who?
I can
Sean or
forgive
Brian
him.
Leakey? Brian Leakey, surely. Sean was...
But still, Sean Hawkins was so bad that Brian Leakey looked brilliant in comparison to him. So
Yeah, we had a chat with Brian Leakey a few days earlier, and Brian Leakey was telling us about the horizon rising above the crosshairs, and he brought that out in the debate, to our surprise. So it's a new one. The rising
I haven't heard that because I couldn't watch everything. It was too much for me. But I watched some segments, let's say.
Yeah, we've heard that there's a chance that that was it. That was like the pinnacle of the debatism thing for Jaren. There may not be. They may be winding it down. Don't think they can top those sort of killer debates again. I mean, they may try Flatside and fight the Flat Earth on Coriolis. I mean, might be able to get a few views in, but no doubt. But like what we're going over tonight is this attack on straight. Has anybody ever seen any of this? Yeah. Because I mean,
Yep.
yeah. Have you seen the Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan? I don't want to go over it all, obviously, because it's. But has everyone here been aware of it? At least it should be. It's all over social media. There's clips of it everywhere. He's brought out the Walter Russell. Is it like an octave thing where he's like linked the elements to frequency and music? So that seems to be the big thing. But along with that comes this, everything starts turning or curving or whatever. Right, okay, so let me get this on the Discord for you guys. Get into it then. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. Move that over there. That's a little bit better. Right, you guys can see that. Okay. You see that in YouTube, yeah. There we go.
Chromium, magnesia, and iron,
So it's going through
that exists between aluminum and silicon. But nature doesn't allow us to unravel that. But now, with the wave conjugations, we can. We couldn't do that before because we didn't know the angles of incidence that were necessary to open these things up. And you couldn't do that with the Platonic solids because the Platonic solids were averages and approximations.
Platonic solids are averages and approximations.
Where did he
He's on about
take
unlocking.
it from? Because for me, it's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I think there's a purpose behind this. I mean, if people don't know, the Platonic solids are the solids you can make. Well, they've all got straight lines, right? The sphere is not a Platonic solid. It doesn't exist within that. And this guy is obviously, he likes the curve and the sphere. So,
like I've said a number of times, you show me a real straight line in nature. If everything in the universe, everything
horizontal. But show me a real straight line in nature.
Yeah, it is impossible because, of course, lines as one-dimensional thing cannot exist in real physical universe. So
it's just the shortest distance between 2 points. I mean, as dictated within the elements, right? Within geometry,
yeah,
the line doesn't exist. So show me a straight line in nature is ridiculous, but the concept of the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. I mean,
it's like asking for showing, let's say, wave and with the sound. You can hear sound, but you cannot show wave of sound. It's just so this is the same, ridiculous, completely ridiculous.
yeah. So this obviously these guys have got it. He's an actor, and you know, the concept of the straight line is a mathematical understanding. It exists within this realm of reasoning, the mathematical objects, which this man seems to be having a go at, really. I mean, you should be able to know. I mean, Jeremy's been talking to us for all of this time, and Jeremy wants to see a straight line for him to be able to understand what a straight line is. Well, this isn't that. The straight line within geometry is 1D. But just so happens that we have a test to show the straight line. So it seems strange that, you know, at this sort of time, these people are bringing this up. I don't know how much more there is here.
All motion expressed in waves, all waves were curved. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So the greater the action, the greater the reaction. The greater the reaction, the greater the resistance. The greater the resistance, the greater the curvature. Because the universe is based off of equanimity, which Einstein left out in his theory of relativity. The balancing side of the gravity was caused by electric force. Electricity is always seeking a higher pressure condition. It's
right. Gravity. So he goes into a lot of stuff, right? He's gone into the basics of geometry, the fundamentals, and now he's going into relativity as well.
And electricity, yes. So, so everything in one.
Northeast is trying to get to the center of an area, the center of a cone. But the next electric wave is coming, so it gets pushed out, and as it's pushed out, it gets to the vortices. And that's some on those pieces, those vortices. Now, instead of it spinning northeasternly, centripetally, it's forced to spin centrifugally, and it spins southwesternly. And it expands itself out, it decays, it keeps decaying until you get 4 magnetic waves that hit each other at 120-degree angles. At that point, they reconvert back into the...
How can he have a 120-degree angle? Hasn't he given up the straight line?
No straight lines.
Yeah.
A little difficult.
Maybe he hasn't quite given it up yet. Maybe after.
Electric field. And then they make their way back to their source again, whether it's the star, whatever star it came into. What happens when we get older? We expand at our equator, right? We get shorter at the top. Why? Because the electric force is pushing in and condensing, and the magnetism expands out at the equator. The electron field, the electrons, that's just... No one would be attracted to a Euclidean woman because she would just be straight, all straight lines.
Yeah. Let me go back
Breathing
a bit.
in, like,
obviously, we
Alan
need
Watt,
to go back a little bit more than
who
that.
said everything moves in a straight line unless affected by something else.
Here we go. Right, here we go.
They're acting as if the universe is just expanding out, breathing out, and it's going to dissipate out, and they never include the contractive side of it, breathing in, because they were misled by Newton, who said everything moves in a straight line unless affected by something else. And we know that not to be true. But they built...
Hey? Is that...
Euclidean woman. Yeah, that's good. That's
well, no,
good.
he said like they've been lied to by Newton, who said that everything moves in a straight line. Isn't that one of the fundamentals of it? Thing will move in a straight until a force is acted upon it. Something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't that like one of the laws that he's
motion,
just tried
yeah.
to get? Yeah. We'll listen to it again.
Because they were misled by Newton.
Misled.
Who said everything moves in a straight line unless affected by something else. And we know that not to be true. But they built the entire two-dimensional plane, the Euclidean space that we live on, that we work on, that we try and define curved nature by two-dimensional space, and we never include the curvature, the breathing in, like...
See, I don't know.
It's
It's
gibberish.
3D. Euclidean is 3D.
Yeah.
So...
And you can have curve on 2D also.
Yeah, it's called like a circle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This guy is not well, I think.
I think this is the bit that's been hidden, isn't it? Because they're all praising him, but this is...
Alan Watts said, no one would be attracted to a Euclidean woman because she would just be straight. All straight lines. It's the wiggliness. It's the curvature that brings
he
the
says
balance.
that Euclid's wife was not attractive. How does he know?
A Euclidean woman.
Yeah. So
like,
I assume
aren't we all
Euclid's wife, maybe?
I think the way I look at it is we are in Euclidean space, so everything that you see or whatever, that's Euclidean.
His words the implication is that there are such things as non-Euclidean women.
I would have thought so, yeah.
Try to wrap your mind around that.
Yeah, trying to use what words do you understand? Like straight line, distances, circles, squares, cubes, triangles. They're all Euclidean. He's trying to say nobody would be attracted to that. Don't know. Well, he said Watts said that, Alan Watts.
Everything has to have the balance. You know, the electric side and the magnetic side. I can talk about it, but I can show you even better. If you can...
Can I stop you there? The concept of the periodic table, the way the periodic table conventionally is addressed, do they address these things as being isolated or intertwined?
They interact, but they feel that carbon will always be carbon, and it will have its half-life and keep breaking down, but it still be carbon. They don't understand that it unwinds and becomes nitrogen. Nitrogen unwinds and becomes oxygen.
So the periodic table, the conventional use of the periodic table, and what is this other gentleman's name again?
Walter Russell.
Walter Russell's version of the periodic table. How is Walter Russell's version of the periodic table perceived by people who study this?
Well, now everyone wants to use it. If you can go to in my book, there's a picture of Einstein reading Walter Russell's second book, The Universal One. Because when Walter wrote this in 1926, he sent it out to 300 different universities and physicists.
The Universal One is dedicated to God. That's what I think Walter Russell called God. The opening page. The Universal One.
And one of the quotes that Einstein says on his deathbed, I should have spent more time reading Walter Russell's work. That's how, and now they're taking it under their wing, but remember the Michelson-Morley experiment from 1887. They were trying to prove whether there was an ether or an effect of an ether, or the quintessence that everything came from. That used to be called the fifth element, that everything that from antiquity, everyone understood that something doesn't come out of nothing. It's like when you look at the air, it looks clear, but you change the pressure condition. The balance of the change of pressure condition, we call that condensation. It creates clouds. And you change the motion conditions, whether it's moving quickly or slowly, it's going to become snow, it's going to become rain, it's going to become hell. So everything comes down to just one of two forces. Either you're breathing in and filling up something, or you're pouring it out. But the scientists, they ignored Walter Russell's work because he didn't include any equations inside of it. He talked philosophically regarding how things behave in comparison to laying down and following some Newtonian or calculus writing. You know, he said he based things based on, let's explore them naturally. And that's what I did with my book. Once, what Walter Russell was missing, he didn't have the wave conjugations. He didn't have the...
So this guy, right, he's took Walter Russell's stuff and he's found the stuff that Walter Russell was missing.
Equations, yes. He missed equations. Not true.
Yeah, the wave conjugations.
The mirror shapes, the all shapes. And that was because of a mistake that was made 6,000 years ago, maybe. They took the flower of life, which was that symbol. Mm-hmm. If you could go to my book, TCOTO.
So this is a mistake that was made 6,000 years ago.
A flower of life.
A mistake, yeah.
Never heard that.
LC.com. There's an example that I put in there on page 64. And I show the period, I show the element, the fundamentals.
Look, he said
If you
the
could
elements
possibly
as
pull
well.
that up, Jamie.
Fundamentals.
TCOTLC.com. You'll see in there the mistake that they made because they believed in straight lines, because the church was promoting the idea of straight lines. You just tap on.
You go.
6,000 years ago, there was no church.
The church, yeah, the church was promoting straight lines.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to go
Never
back and
heard
do
of
that
that,
again
but-
because this is great.
See in there the mistake that they made because they believed in straight lines.
They believed in straight lines. Believed.
I don't believe that.
This is, yeah.
I've never heard that language before.
Have a belief in a straight line because the
church was promoting the idea of straight lines. You just
the church were promoting straight lines. Promotion on this weekend. Straight lines coming in. Come and get your perpendiculars. Come and get them. Come on.
So his inferring is that some people believed in straight lines only because the church was promoting.
Yeah, promotion. Straight line promotion this week. Come and get them.
Tap on right below there. There's download.
Be even better.
No, just go to the center.
Yeah.
Bev,
Yeah.
your YouTube stream now shows unavailable.
What?
Stream unavailable for policy violations.
Oh, what?
What?
If you look on the YouTube right now, it is
Yes, I can
showing-
see that. Yes, but
And
how?
I don't understand whether that's a YouTube or whether that's the video you're streaming is gone.
Is it because you're over there
Over where?
at the Hawks?
No, that's in it.
Because you're
No,
still
there's
over there,
no-
by the way.
There's no sound.
Yeah. But it's still showing here on the thing.
Yeah, you're like the stream's still up, but the screen's black, and there's no sound.
Oh.
What?
Straight. I'm telling you. They're well, I
Can't
don't
be
know.
a copyright. You've been pausing it.
It's still
You
9.
weren't showing the video anyway, right?
No, I was. The video was on.
It was on. Okay, it was on screen.
Are they on? Can they see?
It says stream unavailable.
Can
for
you
me.
still hear us or?
No, there's no sound from the Discord.
Nope.
There's no nothing.
Okay, let me get back.
Oh,
on.
now it's back again.
Oh, hang on. Now it's come back
What, with the picture on it?
Picture,
with the
yeah.
picture and the sound.
Yeah.
Here we go. That's back. I'm confused. Maybe just have the sound playing and not have
Okay.
the video.
All right. Yeah.
So just use the audio and not.
Yeah, just put our live chat up.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Is that better? Are you back?
Sounds like okay.
You're good. All right. I don't know what's going on there then. It's a good job somebody was watching out what we were doing. Okay. Should we go back? I'll go back a bit.
Of the idea of straight lines. You just tap on right below there. There's
You guys
download.
can still see it, right? Yeah.
No, just go to the center of the page and right above that, and you see initial public draft, just tap on it. And if you go to page 64, on the right side of the page, right there, on the left side of the page, you'll see the 5 Platonic solids. Now all of our axioms, all of our postulates have been built off of these things. This is what Euclid went.
No.
It's the wrong way round, isn't it?
Completely,
you
yes.
build the postulates and the axioms upon the Platonic solids.
No, they are not.
I know. It's
This
crazy.
guy didn't read Euclid.
Well, thank you very much, God. Some new memberships in there. Thank you. Yeah, he's doing this backwards, but I think there's a purpose to it.
Went down to Egypt and pulled these things together. Pythagoras worked on them, and these were the undisputed fundamentals of God that he used to build. If you tap onto the Flower of Life, Platonic Solids things, it's going to take you to a video. Turn it, you don't have to tap it, but it'll show you the Flower of Life. That they took this from.
Sacred geometry.
But you'll see that instead of following the natural curvature of these 64 circles overlapping, they averaged the space where they met. And they invented straight lines.
They invented straight lines.
No, they defined. And if you define something, it has to be already there, because you are defining things that exists. So there is no invention. It's just discovery.
He does get into this acting bit. Oh God, this is Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan. We've had to take the video off, but I mean you can watch it. I'll get the I'll put it in the chat there so anyone can have a look at it. It's well, here we go.
Why did they do that?
Because they believed that the world was flat.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean straight. I mean it makes sense, doesn't it? Bob's Modus Polens makes sense now.
Hang on, is he trying to relate straight to flat Earth?
I think so. I think he said 6,000 years ago the church were doing a promotion for the straight line, and they're selling it because they thought the Earth was flat.
Has he not got this all backwards or something? Like, I've never heard. The church goes against sort of everything. They try and hide stuff, don't they? That's what the church is.
Well, what I see is
gatekeepers.
Yeah,
Why
would if they're trying to sell the straight line as flat Earth, and everybody knows that the Earth's not flat, so therefore it can't be straight.
So are we just not going to have any straight lines ever in all houses?
No. I think this is a mind thing. Straight line's still straight, but what you think is straight is flat Earth straight. You just need to shift your straight to this other straight that he's talking about, right? Because you're not flat Earth straight. So this is the new straight, 2024, modern straight, right? You don't none of that 6,000 year ago straight thinking. Well, you want modern straight thinking.
This is modern straight line, and this is bad because it was promoted 6,000 years ago by church.
Yeah.
So it has to be bad.
Yeah. Church, flat Earth, old, right? Crusty old stuff. We're into the new stuff now. And this is what we've been watching coming all along, right? For a long time. Modern thinking. Look, he's gonna.
They believed the world was flat at the time. And the church promoted. Pythagorean theorem comes off of this cube. A squared plus b squared equals c squared.
So they wanted to use all of these
promote flat Earth? Hang on, can someone tell me, when did the... No, but seriously, when did the church push flat Earth?
Through straight?
Never. In fact, never.
As soon as Terrence Howard mentioned it, Emma.
I said in the chat, I don't even know who this guy is. He seems vaguely familiar from somewhere, but I've got no clue who this guy is.
Yeah, well, this is going to change the game, right? Because all of those debates and everything about geometry and the, shape of the Earth. Well, Bob did a modus polens, a bit ago, where, you know, he challenged flat earthers to show him a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points. I think that's what they're doing here. We know, like, we've done a test of a straight line lying within a plane. We've been talking to people, mainly the Globers, for a fair few years, and they can't say what straight is. So I think this guy here now is just pushing this idea now that straight's just the way that you think of it. I mean, this old flat earth straight is the one that gave you Pythagorean theorem and the Platonic solids. Doesn't mean much to anybody nowadays anyway, and it is 2024, so, you know, I don't really know what to do, because straight as you know it is straight, but there's some sort of a challenge. I mean, it's pretty obvious you can't get rid of straight.
Where the circle's going to have to go then.
Yeah.
He looks a bit like Dr. Dre.
You just can't get rid of it altogether and sort of say straight doesn't exist. I mean, straight has to be straight, but he's suggesting that that's old thinking. I don't know.
Going beyond. Now we are going beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've had these conversations with you know, the spherical geometry guys talking about, you know, there isn't a straight line.
Non-Euclidean. And that's what non-Euclidean means. Euclidean geometry is based on the straight line.
Yeah. Who'd want an Euclidean woman?
Yeah, non-Euclidean is like not the straight that you imagine to be that straight.
Yeah, big booty spherical geometry. He looks a bit like Dr. Dre, perhaps that's what do you recognise him like that, Emma? I was just trying to think who he looks like, but similar.
Just listen to a bit more of this.
Winding circles and create straight lines.
Because that's how they thought everything came down to, straight lines. They thought the world was flat. And I was like, oh my goodness. They didn't open the flower properly. So the next one would be the icosahedron.
Now, the flower of life, it's very, very...
They didn't open up the flower of life properly.
Yes, and he's using this word they.
Yeah.
And so who?
Those old people 6,000 years ago that thought the earth was flat, that was promoting straight lines.
They didn't open the flower properly.
Yeah. Well, so here we
go.
I
would
the
say
concept is very old. What was the origin of the concept?
It's the oldest symbol known to mankind. It's believed that it was Anki, the brother of Enlil, if you go by the Emerald
Sumerian
tablets,
text.
the Sumerian text, that was the one that created mankind. Because if you look at mankind, and there's a point I want to make with it. I want you to stay on the book, go back to go to 134 on the book. And this is what that other gentleman being told me to do. He said, why don't you just take the pieces that make up the flower and put them together based on universal ratios. So once you're able to...
Universal ratios would be within the Euclidean system of the elements that he wants to get rid of. Straight lines. That's what ratios are, right?
Pull it up.
164.
Page 134. 134 in the book. So this is the juxtapose of the mistake they made. Yep, just tap right onto that. Yep, just tap on it.
Straight was a
Now,
mistake.
this was made by David Johnson, one of our programmers, Argos Fuel. So if you go to the far left and tap on that, I took 4 of those triangles. And
I don't know whether you guys can see it. I might have to just get this. Do a little quick.
Yeah, so some cool programming will fix the problem.
Yeah, and he took
of the ancient error.
4 of these triangles that you can see there in the chat. they're not triangles. Unless, of course, you've already done away with straight and you've now developed your new straight with these new triangles, 4 of them. It would be like a normal pyramid, but that's the old understanding of straight. He's got a new understanding of straight now. Straight in there.
Wow. And you can scroll around. This is what happens when 4 bubbles meet. This is the negative space where they can't touch each other. This is hydrogen. And as I was saying, electricity.
Right, so what he's done here is he's took the flower of life, which is obviously the proof of a straight line being able to be extended through this principle. And he's made the balls, and then he's found the bit where the spheres touch, as in, because that's a Euclidean geometry. Spherical packing is a entirely Euclidean geometric problem, and he's taken the space in between the spheres and he's basing it all on that, at the same time as saying straight was old. Okay, let me get this one. This is a slightly better picture. So if you can't see at this, that this is an attack on straight. And he's using all of the things that his means at the minute, his ability, because he's sort of tying flat Earth. I mean, everybody knows the Earth's not flat. And the church, right? Because the church, and 6,000 years ago, old. And he's trying to come up with this new thing, this new understanding. Now, I know that there are people out there that definitely will take this on, because that straight would probably solve them a lot of problems. They've been doing it for years. The path of that just happens to be what they call a great circle, a line on the sphere. So those lines would already have a framework within modern mathematics of being called straight anyway.
Is always trying to get to the center of that triangle, but it gets pushed out.
It's a triangle.
And now you see it.
Calls it a triangle.
It's a solid object of curved lines, so it is not triangle. I don't know what he's talking about.
3D as well, isn't it?
3D.
Triangles aren't 3D.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, if you want to confuse people that are looking in the fundamentals of what straight is, what a triangle is, that's what this guy's doing.
It has 4
Scary for me.
contractive poles, which is the electric poles. Just go around it from like horizontally, yeah. It has 4 contractive poles because electricity is seeking a higher pressure condition and forcing it in, where magnetism is seeking a lower pressure condition and spun out.
Okay. I think that's probably about enough for that. You get the picture, though.
Yes, gibberish complete. I would say reintroducing Gnostics. I would say that's in short. This is just modern Gnostic. Gnosticism.
It reminds me, though, it makes me think about Shane's model and Viking and that we were looking at the other day, that had 3 coordinate systems in. It seemed like a model for every man. That's what it makes me think about.
Yeah, strange you should say that. Are you still listening? Listen to this.
Yeah.
This is Witsit Gets It, Schooling Globers, episode 35, Logic, and a little bit of a conversation.
He got to that conclusion was he was saying that there's no such thing as straight lines, which I actually agree with in a different way, which is that there's no such thing as being at rest, so everything's vibrating. So technically, like, would a line really be straight if it's vibrating the whole way?
Yeah, it's all
like,
waves.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. That's Witsit. Agreeing with him that there's no such thing as straight lines.
Yeah, the perturbation of straight lines now.
It's lost. It's lost.
Yeah.
It's already gone through. If somebody like Witsit is willing to sit there and tell people that he agrees, listen to it again.
Comes up with a spherical universe.
Yeah, but like when you I did hear that clip too, and his the way he got to that conclusion was he was saying that there's no such thing as straight lines, which I actually agree with.
So he agrees with it.
Yeah, he did say that a few weeks ago, didn't he? About spherical geometries from the sky and Euclidean for the Earth.
Well, there's no Euclidean now. He said he's agreed.
No. And it
lines.
feels to me like this is kind of being spun in the background, in a sense. From it feels like Witsit and those guys are aware of this direction somehow, and it's becoming built into their models. Though they haven't got a model, of course, and that's what I saw when we looked at Shane's thing the other day. I think it incorporates everything, anything it could be, anything anybody wants it to be, almost. That's how it felt like that. And yeah, this this feels the same. That they're aware of this destruction of a straight line.
Well, to me, this is one of those things that, it is a fundamental of your, like you said, as basic as we could get. I mean, I was, call it, lucky enough to be challenged upon something that I didn't actually know, level being horizontal. So I've gone on a journey, and my journey has led me to find the simplest thing that you can prove. Just so happens that the proposition 1 within book 11, the 3D solid geometry of Euclid, is to prove that a straight line lies within a plane. So, being 3D geometry, that must be provable within reality, because reality is 3D too. And to prove the link between this Euclidean geometry and reality, we devised the test, the straight line test. The straight line lying within a plane. So, I have a proof that the straight line lies within a plane. Right now, that understanding of a straight line is a geometric understanding of a straight line. It appears Terence Howard and Witsit don't agree with the proof that I have of a straight line. Now,
I would say that they just they have different meaning of straight line. So it is not geometrical meaning of straight line. So this is just fancy word. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, that's Wittgenstein then. You're actually getting into the understanding of language games, right? And if you're willing to play language games with straight, within this particular arena that we're in, I mean, that's dangerous stuff. Because people's minds are, on the brink already. Imagine not having a fundamental knowing of what straight is for you to base your understanding. I mean, what's a square?
Well, flat Earth will be gone then too. There's
angles. It's like everything.
no angles,
Circles,
there's no elevation angle or
pi.
the horizontal the observer's standing on. It's going to tip into the sea. Not that it doesn't already, of course. But and then, yeah, Nathan said, "Well, I don't think we need to go over this, do we, Neil?"
Yeah, well, I don't know whether
yeah, I mean,
quite a long video this, Gods, if you're out there. Oh.
Now when we sort of went back to like Scholar Source talking about, lying to the children about, the basics of geometry.
Yeah.
Then where's this going to go? At what point will they say, as if this evolves, and as it evolves, no doubt it will in some form.
Yeah, well, I think now this Terence Howard, right? It was insignificant, but obviously there's a push, and seeing the effects of it, right? And the effects of this are direct. Whitsitt, when commenting about it, agreed with him. So that's easy to see that there is an influence on people around whenever they hear things. Now, had this guy not questioned straight, would Whitsitt have had chance to agree with him? Would Whitsitt have already had the idea that there's no such thing as a straight line? And seeing as it's conceptual, the straight line, right? It's 1D. It's the shortest distance between 2 points. How can you have a different understanding of that? Like, what does that do when you're trying to question that in the mind of anyone?
So can we? Well, maybe I'm asking. Can you speculate as to why they're attacking the straight line in this? What is accomplished by this? I wonder.
That's what I was thinking earlier when we spoke about today. Thinking, what's the bigger picture of this?
Well, because there has to be something underlying it, right?
Yeah.
Well, all of our arguments that so far have not been rebutted could easily be rebutted by this, employing this method.
Yeah, but what does that do? Like they don't care about our arguments. Like Terence Howard hasn't seen our arguments. So what is it what's the bigger picture? Like it can't be shape of the earth bullshit, right? What is it?
Society, exactly. That's what it's like, why would they lie? It's that kind of question.
Yeah.
My guess is that they are just they want to get rid of first principles of reasoning.
Yeah, I think it's a destruction of everything.
Yeah.
Right? Flipping upside down. And the last thing, I mean, obviously you can't attack a point, but straight. I mean, that's literally the last thing. If you take straight away, then nobody can have a firm grip on anything. There's no foundations. There's no elements. Like you've completely destroyed mathematics and put it in the realm of whatever you want. Anything goes.
I guess I wonder what the spiritual implication of it is. I mean, there's a lot of people who won't ever engage with this in their lifetime at all, like they don't with most things. But it will affect them in some way.
Yes, because the word straight is have many meanings, and like rect and right. So if we have right, so we have wrong. So if right is no longer right, therefore we have nothing like wrong.
What about the Pythagorean theorem? Like there's literally that many proofs of the Pythagorean theorem. They'd all have to be wrong.
Wrong or meaningless.
Yeah. Like, I don't think they understand what they're doing whenever they say this. I mean, obviously, Terrence Howard, he's an actor. He could be paid to put that script out there just to see what happens. But what happens when you take away people's fundamental understanding of how you formulate thought, reasoning?
Yeah, maybe understanding that would understand why it's even being posited.
Yeah.
Because you do wonder. Well, like I say, for the majority of people, the implications of this won't even dawn on them at all. It's how it feeds through society or what it does. And I can only think it's in a spiritual way at the end of the day. The effect of what could you can only feel it's like as a control structure, and why for what ends. Is it on the spiritual level at the end, the higher level of consciousness, and how that would impact on that in even in subconscious ways, things that you don't directly see. You're not dealing with geometry, or you're not dealing with education, or anything that has that implication. Just how that feeds into society, what effect does that have, and if any, is that is that even the right idea to think about, that there is an impact, that somebody somewhere, some people, something have this idea to do away with the straight line.
Well, I mean, there are certain people running around saying that any measurement is a flat earth measurement. So that may be because they're straight line measurements, right? All distances, they're straight lines. So, I mean, you'd have to get rid of it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean,
you couldn't have it, right? You can't have flat earthers just running around saying every measurement is a flat earth measurement. So, you show me the curve. So straight lines are different. Like, you're a flat earther. You still think in like 6,000-year-old thingy.
Yeah, but what about verticals? Because if horizontal is bendy, but what about vertical? Is it bendy also?
It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. You can't have it.
I can't think it's just about
all of it. The entirety of Euclidean geometry, which is based upon pure logic. The purest form of logic, which would also have to go.
But I mean, it's not. I kind of feel like it's not the thing to think that's the reason of, but flat Earth can't be the reason.
I'm not saying that, but I mean that gives them the ability, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, because I'm thinking about the education thing too. I'm just saying what my daughters come home with and what they're talking about at school, and giving them that dichotomy. The Earth is a sphere. It's not flat. It's not flat because these things, and then they had to act out these roles between each other of identifying what was belonged to the sphere and what belonged to the flat. And I've never heard this before. As I said, it hadn't come up in any education. So I've been thinking about it. Why do they want to put this in their heads? Why do they need this to be the narrative?
Well,
for
look,
what?
We've had a saying, right? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And that straight line thing is what has been, a bane of me saying it. That, they just keep calling me a flat earther. But I've told them I'm not a flat earther. Just because level is horizontal, it doesn't make you a flat earther. That makes level horizontal, and everybody knows that. So if something like that can trouble them, would it be able to trouble them enough to, think of straight differently? I don't know. Because, I mean, all you're saying, all we've been saying over the last 5-6 years, we've been talking about straight and the principles of the perpendicular within Euclidean geometry. Now, the perpendicular proves the straight line because you've got 4 right angles that form, and that's, you know, that fills up the entirety of the space. You can have that in each dimension, 3 of them perpendicular to each other. There's no more space for anything else. But these people want you to think of straight differently. But to me, looking into geometry and this sort of stuff to find the fundamentals, then, I don't know, I can't think of it any differently. And that, to me, shows that there's going to be a problem. Because if they want me to think differently and I can't,
yes,
what's everybody else meant to be doing?
Yeah, then what?
Yeah.
What kind of dissident do you become?
Yeah.
Just over the straight line.
How do they correct you on that thing that you can't think of differently?
Well, they won't. You know, they're only interested in the coming generations, not in the old, the people who have had an idea of freedom. And that's why they're kind of picking them up sub 30 years old, who haven't, you know, who don't have an alternative picture of freedom to measure today's freedom on, you know, rabbit's ears, or the future freedom. They won't have what we may have lived and say, well, this is not free. They'll never have that to compare it against. So I don't know whether they care about a certain generation of people that once they're gone, it won't matter. This is for the future.
And I think it does show that it's not anything to do with flat Earth. Although, you know, pointing at fingers at people and saying flat Earth, it may work as a little magic trick, a diversionary thing. But really what they're after, and they've been after it all along, is the straight line. That straight line is the thing that matters out of all of this. So it's under attack.
Interesting times, eh? Yeah. You know, you kind of look at history and you read about Copernicus or, you know, people like back in history. And as I said recently, you know, we are the ancients. You know, what's going on now is as much ancient history as that stuff was. People kind of, you know, wondering about these things and seeing things change.
Yeah. And again, I have to point out, right, I've done a test for the straight line lying within the plane. I'm fine. What about the people that haven't?
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Because how do you prove a straight line? Does anybody know how to do that? I found that, you know, not many people know how to prove anything. And if somebody's questioning the straight line, like Terence Howard did, right, on Joe Rogan, I mean, you can forget about it and, you know, just put it to one side. But that's a direct attack. It's a direct challenge to people to understand what a straight line is. And if you're not willing to do it, if you're willing to listen to the shadow giants, then, like I'm saying, a shadow giant like Whitsitt agrees with it. Maybe for a different reason. But, I mean, could you agree with it, that there's no straight line? There's no straight lines.
No, but I'll have to think a bit more about what the silent implication would be for those people who never even think about it. What? How can society be affected, in a subconscious, subtle way, that it has an effect on them without them actually, having the knowledge of it? Like I said, they planted gravity in my daughter in 30 minutes, and she may carry that the whole of her life.
I can remember asking Spot On at the very beginning of this, how do you define a straight line? And it's not easy, because a straight line is what you call an element. It's in the beginning of the elements. There's no definition for it. It just is. You have to do your best to understand how to express what a straight line is. It won't affect what the straight line is, because that's geometric concepts. You'd have to be willing to give all of that up. I think we've noticed as well that there's a... Is that you, Aldebert?
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah, where was I?
By giving up a straight line, and
yeah, if you have to give up a straight line, or if you do, how easily can you give it up? How easily could somebody give it up? I know I couldn't, but we've done a fair bit of work on geometry. We've looked at the elements more than anybody else, I think, because we like to stay at the advanced simplicity, right at the very beginning, trying to find the easiest way to explain these fundamentals of geometry. But not only geometry, this is logic. The base of the elements is a self-contained axiomatic system. The entirety of everything we know about geometry is built upon an axiomatic system, self-contained, starting from nothing, a point, that of which has no parts. From that start, we have everything that we know about geometry in reality. Certain people have even gone beyond that and imagined things that aren't in reality and class that as a geometry. This guy's asking you to take that real life understanding of geometry that's used in reality and has been for thousands of years, and place it in this place where straight is different, or there is no straight. I don't know. I'm not too sure exactly what they're trying to get people to do. I mean, it sounds bad, but would you give up straight? If you thought Terence Howard was making sense with his Walter Russell stuff, would you be willing to give up straight to take on the concept of negative space?
I wouldn't. And by the way, negative space, this is space between spheres. So why it makes it negative? I don't understand this.
It's still part of Euclidean space, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
a bit where the sphere isn't.
Yeah. Space is space, so.
It doesn't exist outside of Euclidean space.
Yeah, so it is still positive space, because you cannot have a negative, let's say, thing. So
Yeah,
space
there's a few
is a
no's
thing.
in the chat there. That's good to know, people. That at least, we're all right. We've got an understanding of geometry. But what about the people? I mean, how many people are out there that haven't even considered the idea of a straight line? How easily would it be for them to give it up? Would they understand what they would be giving up? I mean, or is it like a case of ignorance is bliss? They let these people do this sort of thing. I mean, is this the sort of thing that has been happening over the ages, where there are people out there that are oblivious of it? I know there'll be people out there that say, you know, like whenever you say something about this, they'll say, oh, I don't understand mathematics and geometry. I don't really get it. Yeah, sure, of course we do. We understand geometry. We know what a straight line is, right? Can't build any geometry without a straight line. But it appears some people think that there is no straight line.
Yeah, I mean, he did link it to the church, even though, you know, as the paper said, there wasn't a church 6,000 years ago. So, you know, that's another connection. That's another thing that's been growing in the arena, the focus on the biblical side of the shape of the earth. Yeah, I think for the people who don't, you know, we're a bit rare, I guess, congregating here, you know, focusing on these things, and you become aware of some stuff. But for those people who aren't, and for me, that at the time that I didn't think about it, it didn't, you know, didn't consider it to any degree. Really, it didn't really make any difference. You know, then it's easy, like I say, you can feed a child gravity in 30 minutes. Then, you know, and they, yeah, you know, just take on a concept that it's, you know, particularly if you give them, you know, locally. If you give people straight locally, it's imperceptible close up, but believe me, it's not straight.
Well, you could
It's
just
going on anyway.
say to people that there's no such thing as straight, and then not allow them to ask questions.
Yeah,
I mean, that seems to be one of the best ways of doing it
just
now.
say the earth is measured flat.
Yeah, just say it.
That's it. Lead with that best foot forward. Be confident. There's no straight.
There's no such thing as straight, no. So how could you prove anything? And you know, if that's the case, I mean, the word's already been attacked, right? Language games and definitions of stuff. I mean, is this the ultimate form of that? Language games. Are you changing the definition of straight, but not the word? Is it a form of an attack of logic on the fundamentals, right? This is an attack on the law of identity. Because obviously the law of non-contradiction, that's been bypassed with diletheism. Is this the last attack? The law of identity. You don't know what straight is. Because we have had that. I've been told that by people who frequent Discord servers for years. I call them mad people. But seems like it's spreading. The masses might be a lot closer. I mean, how many generations, if they start teaching this in schools? Just the concept, just give them the idea that straight might not be straight. Because that's all you've got to do, isn't it? Let everybody else build their own model inside their mind, their schema. Let them build it themselves. Give them the concept that straight might not be straight. They've been going full-blown bendizontal for years. Since we suggested that level might be a straight line, or it is a straight line on a horizontal plane. They couldn't incorporate that contradiction into the model. So I think the straight has to go. It's only the last link to, I don't know, what do you call it? Which book seems more important now? It is the second most published book in history, second only to the Bible.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's just it. Hang on, it's overtaken the Bible. We can't have that. We can't have Euclid's Elements being the best-selling book ever, and not the Bible.
Well, nobody's buying it now, right?
No.
No, nobody's bothered about Euclid's, and nobody seems that bothered really about the Bible as well. I'd say the sales on that has gone down. So what is there? What's it being replaced with? If these were the two fundamentals, your morals and your understanding of these basic concepts, if they're taken away, what does that leave us with? 2024. That's what it leaves us with, right here. They've been playing these games for years, I think.
It's like embracing illogical fantasy. This is modern, let's say, form of knowledge without logic. Knowledge without logic.
Yeah, and debate without conversation.
Yeah, or arguments. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking good, really, is it? I know particularly, nobody is really after that much. We're just after the conversation, and this is all we've really been talking about. Straight, and we've been trying to show people the dangers of what's coming, and it's escalating. Yeah, that's right. It's scary times, but that's what their aim is. And I don't see, right, if you give a youth this idea that there's no foundations to anything, then they're going to grow up with, I don't know, no hope, nothing to strive for. It's scary times, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's got to be a spiritual thing. I mean, for me, I feel, that's to affect people. It's going to affect people, in a really deep way that they won't even know it's happening. It's just, just live in a certain paradigm.
Yeah, more like
we all have.
Yeah.
Like we all have, and we change and we grow and we, awake to certain things. And we've lived in blindness and but the end game, I don't think it'll affect me, but
yeah. Well, I mean, like
for
a
the
couple
future.
of generations, it is all it's going to take.
Yeah.
Once you get this into the kids grow up, the kids turn into teachers, then you can change the education system a little bit more.
Yeah, and in the last generation, that's changed incredibly. I mean, education, in the last 20, 30 years has changed immensely.
Yeah, and we've got ChatGPT teachers to come now.
Yeah.
And that's, again, shadow giants. This is the making of the shadow giants. And if the shadow giants can get you to not comprehend what straight is, then they can sell you anything. Right? There's no fundamental understanding of logic. You can't sniff out a a contradiction. You wouldn't know if somebody's lying. You wouldn't even have any understanding or framework how to work that stuff out. There would be literally no need for critical thinking because you don't know what straight is. That's become part of your teaching, right? But it's ingrained within your education that you don't know what straight is. And everyone that came before also were working on an old understanding of straight. It's madness. Do you reckon people can get a grip on it, or do you reckon we've gone too far? I reckon the people that we talk to, right? Everybody knows that they're not experts, but they'll tell you they are. They've been trying to tell me I'm wrong about my understanding of level for years. Gaslit me. If I didn't have an actual proof of it, then these guys could have convinced me that I was mad. Very easily.
Yeah, but we are, in an arena of people who are, claiming to be truthers and aware and awake to whatever degree that might be, and they're not seeing it. The Earth is measured flat. Well, it's not flat. An elevation angle doesn't do anything, but lots of people chanting that it does. And they, they're not, well, I think they are asleep. They just think that they're, awake a little bit more than others, or they think they're awake. But I think, what does it take for people to recognize, the implications of it, or if you can even fathom the implications of it, given this is, the limits on the time we have to consider anything these days. Or the ability, like you say, if logic goes and critical thinking, then people won't even have the ability to work anything out.
Yeah, logic's a marvelous tool, and Raven brought us logic within the form through the Trivium, and I thank you very much, Raven, for doing that, because if we weren't armed with the logic that we were given, then I could imagine this being really tricky times. Really.
Yeah, I mean, we do sort of see that in the arena too. People getting lost, and because the whole thing becomes very confusing when you look well, not too deeply, because that's the point, to look deep enough.
I did a GIF just recently. Let me just get this. This GIF is the compass only proof of a straight line and how to extend the straight line. Obviously, you're given the 2 points, and the 2 points make the 2 circles, the Vesica Pisces. But then you use the Vesica Pisces to formulate another Vesica Pisces, and that gives you a straight line across and that's the sort of the idea of the flower of life that Terence was talking about, is basically the extension of those straight lines all the way across, using this principle of extending a straight line. So what he's actually asking you to do is to take the thing that proves the straight line and say that they didn't think correctly about it, it's just, it's mind bending.
Because you can't change the reality of the compass, can you?
No, it's the very proof of the straight line that he's trying to get people to say that the straight line is wrong.
Yeah, how do you correct that? How do you put that right? That bit that they got wrong with that you've got there.
It's a stolen concept.
Yeah.
It's that the most ridiculous of statements that could be made. Like you can't get to say things like Terence said about the straight line using the very proof of the straight line without an understanding that the population that you're talking to is dumb. Sorry to say it, but you know, if you don't see that what he said is a stolen concept, the stolen concept being the guy uses the proof of a straight line to come to the conclusion that the straight line doesn't exist. That's ridiculous. But the logical implications of him saying it and being able to get away with it, and Whitsitt to follow through and say, yeah, I agree with him, that there's no such thing as a straight line.
Yeah, I'm there. I mean, it only takes, Whitsitt to speculate and 100 people will follow.
Yeah, well,
without,
everybody goes off what Whitsitt says. So if Whitsitt's sort of gone along with it, then other people could, it's a contentious thing, isn't it? Well, I don't really think that straight lines exist. It's like, what? Well, negative space and stuff,
Kick
right?
him
You
out.
can come up with anything. Like, you can just implement it and put it into your schema and talk stuff. Nobody's going to have done any geometry. People aren't going to know anything about that. And you start asking people, what's a straight line? It's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know geometry and maths. Beyond me. Leave that to the boffins. I was never really any good at that sort of stuff.
Kick him out. Remove him from the call. I don't want to speak to him again. I despise these people with a straight line.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I don't know where to go from here, because this, it does. You go like, well, we've come to straight lines. I've had conversations with people for 4 hours that they can't. We couldn't get past step 1 of the 12. That's what it was. We've made these series of, understanding of stuff. In fact, we could probably go over that. We'll go over the 12 in a minute. Has anybody got anything they want to say? Or should I put like a Buster tune on or something? Because I just need to go and make myself a brew. Buster song. Anyone got any... Anyone got a request? Buster song? I can do all of the ones back again now. Oh, how about Emma? We'll do a Advanced Simplicity. You guys, I don't know whether you guys can hear it, but I'll put us on mute so you can have a chat in here. Well,
that was the one I thought about.
Yeah.
That's good.
Right, here we go. We'll be back in a bit. Please listen to Advanced Simplicity, featuring our very own Emma UK.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. this water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B, this water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge, there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road,
even altitude,
suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even altitude.
You'll find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A and even altitude at these points and point B? And on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road,
2 points.
suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A.
You will find peace within.
Point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance.
There's no end game in mind.
Between 2 points is a straight line.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal? Horizontal.
Everyone must see it for
Horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is
points.
there for you to find.
And then think about, ask yourself, and the water.
Right. Are we back? Yeah, I think so. So is my volume low, or is that just my Streamlabs acting up a little bit on the YouTube? Are we loud enough? I hope so.
You're loud enough in here anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're back. Straight. Yeah, that was I'm calling that the on the level thought experiment. That was just in the form of a song, Advanced Simplicity. You get there. You see what that looks like over there.
Hello there.
Hello.
How is everyone today?
Fine, thank you. We are live on YouTube. There you go. Okay, so this is something we set up right at the beginning, you know, like as far as the our understanding of getting along with people, we put a thing together quite a few years ago. This is on the Level website that we have, on the level.live. And these are we call them the 12, the sort of the fundamental things that I think we all should be able to agree on with our understanding. Because if you're going to talk about geometry or anything, you know, talking to people, well, these are the understanding that you can talk to anybody about, I think. But knowing what Terence Howard and Whitsitt are thinking of doing, then I don't know, you might be able to think of these sort of things slightly differently. Who knows? There's a little bit about cognitive dissonance, but I don't know whether people will need to do that or not if you're dealing with straight. Okay, so here's the first one. Number 1. First step. A straight line is right. Because these are living in reality, right? It's not going from Euclid's elements. We're not dealing with a point, that of which has no parts. We're dealing with things that can be proved within reality that have an actual effect on what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with geometry. We're dealing with practical real life things. So these ones are, these 4 are the basic concepts of how you think about the things, which is the geometric understanding. So 1, straight line is right. Right line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, that is without curvature in any direction, being the shortest path between those 2 points, never deviating from that path. I put this is not a concept, but a fact of reality and basic logic. I've not changed any of this, but yeah, so that was my understanding of that, and that's my definition of a straight line. Tried to make it as concise as possible. Straight line. I don't know if anybody else has ever done that. Next one, we build upon the straight line, much like the geometric understanding of Euclid. Plane brackets superficies. That's a geometric term because it doesn't have substance, this thing. So superficies is an old Greek, I suppose you could call it a Greek understanding of this 2-dimensional concept, surface, if you will, but it's 2D. A superficies, plane surface, is that which has only length and breadth. Those 2 dimensions, length and breadth, make this 2D conceptual surface on which plane geometry is based. This 2D plane obviously does not enter into the 3rd dimension. There's obviously resources. Self-explanatory. It's just an extension of the line into another dimension. 2 lines perpendicular to each other forming a plane. No problem. Perpendicular. Euclid's Elements, Book 1, Definition 10. This is, I consider, one of the most important understandings within geometry, and probably something to do with the cross. Very similar. Perpendicular. Perpendicular. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called perpendicular to it. Equal angles. That's quite important, that you have to have these lines being straight for those angles to be equal, because if there's any curvature, then obviously the angles would not be equal. So therefore perpendicular is the understanding of the straight line and how to help prove a straight line within perpendicular. Those lines have to be straight, although modern geometry, modern mathematics, and particularly within the arena, there are some people that will tell you that they've changed that. They've added circles into it as well, but I mean, it's fantastic. No, last one of the geometric ones. This is perpendicular to a plane, using these geometric concepts. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Book 11, Proposition 6 states, that's book 11, the 3D solid geometry of Euclid. It's not just two-dimensional geometry, it's three-dimensional. Within book 11 it says, if two straight lines be at right angles to the same plane, then they shall be parallel to one another. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Another way of saying that. But that's within Euclid, the thing that these guys want to try and get rid of. Now, this one's titled Let's Get Real. We're dealing with vertical, which obviously enters reality a little bit more than the fundamental concepts of a straight line. Vertical, at right angles to the horizon, perpendicular, upright. In mathematics, it is a plane, position, or straight line. Everybody knows what vertical is, right? Straight line, right? I don't think anybody's ever thought of vertical not being straight. But I mean, that's going to be challenged if we don't have straight, like Whitsitt and Terrace Howard seem to suggest, then what's vertical? I mean, it was straight before. Horizontal plane, number 6. Parallel to or in the plane of the horizon, at right angles to a vertical line. In mathematics, either measured or contained in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Number 7. Horizontal and vertical. Because this vertical, obviously, equivalent to the line. Horizontal, equivalent to the plane. And now we're doing the Cartesian axis of horizontal and vertical. Horizontal vertical geometry are perpendicular, with horizontal being the plane and vertical being perpendicular to it. They both have a common factor being the horizon, which they are either parallel or perpendicular to. That's a pretty easy understanding. Everybody knows that sort of stuff. 8. Reference frames, horizontal and vertical. In reality, horizontal and vertical are the reference frames we use as our baseline. Any inclined plane will be measured as an angle to one of these reference frames, horizontal, vertical. Cartesian axis, everybody can understand that sort of stuff. So they're the, we've gone from geometry, the fundamental understanding of geometry, and then shown that there is a link between horizontal and vertical, at least, to reality, which matches the geometry, about straight. Here we go. Now we go into proper reality and the real plumb bobs and perpendicles. A perpendicle is anything hanging down by a straight line. That's an old definition. Plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical reference. This can be used in reality daily by many people. A vertical line is a straight line, as would the plumb bob would show the vertical. Real life tools, real life things used by real people daily, and yes, the vertical is a straight line. Level. Level is a right line on a horizontal plane. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference from which vertical distances can be measured. An instrument for determining whether a surface is evenly horizontal. From Latin, libella, a balance, level. Obviously, tools used in reality to signify a horizontal plane. This one, perpendicularity. It's all right. The relationship between reality and geometry becomes apparent with the right line relationship between the two frames of reference used in everyday life. Level and plumb are perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. This is not a coincidence. Geometry is reality. "12", and this is the one that people get upset about the most. Water level tool. Here's the link again. A water level is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. The water level is lower tech than the more modern levels, but it can be more accurate over long distances and works without a sight line, such as around corners. Two ends equal 2 points at an even altitude. That's a water level. Now those 2 points, both of them being horizontal, even altitude, equal, would signify the two endpoints of a line, and the shortest distance between those 2 points obviously would be a horizontal straight line. But that's only if you have the concept of the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line, or the straight line that's signified within this geometric structure. Seems like well, these are the fundamentals, like I say, that I think everyone should be able to get along with this, because they're the tools that we would use in reality to have this understanding. T-shirt logic. That was the 12 steps to T-shirt logic. So T-shirt logic. Might have heard this one. All horizontal planes are parallel. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. That's book 11, solid geometry, 3D. Proposition 9. Two right lines which are parallel to each other. Once again, the link between reality and geometry becomes clear. You already know it to be true. And I think that's what troubles people, is it's so real. This link between geometry and reality, that it's a bit hard to get away from. And there isn't really any argument about any of this sort of stuff. This stuff isn't debatable. It's very weird. Simple stuff. How do people react to these knowing about the straight lines? Because, I mean, that's what it is, isn't it? I think. Does straight trouble you?
Hey Bev, which website are you on so anybody else can go check that out?
It's on the level.live, I think. Oh.
Nice. All right. Thank you, sir.
On the level.live, yeah, dead easy. There's loads of stuff on there. I'm setting some arguments up. If there is anybody out there that knows anything about websites, come on in. Give us a hand. But yeah, there's loads of stuff on here. This is may sound simple, but going over those sort of simple understanding could save a lot of time. Particularly when people, start saying that, I don't know, that you don't perhaps understand these basics. I think it's more of a reality model, if anything. These sort of basic concepts and how to link the geometric principles to what we do in reality. And then you can take all of these principles and use them practically. You could even prove them, I guess. Prove them to be true. Right. Jump back into the Discord. Was Sean hanging around? Is he come back? What have we got? Right, so I don't know. Where do we go from here? Anybody got anything else they want to talk about? The attack on straight as I don't know. Warning's gone out there, but we've been saying it for a bit. It's an attack on the mind, I think. It depends how is your mind gonna put up with it. Wonder how long it's going to take for it to get into the school system. Because they didn't bother trying to teach school kids any non-Euclidean geometry. Obviously, that would probably have been bad. But I've noticed that adults seem to take it on without any training or anything. Godzilla says, the love and loyalty of a label has made many now believe the earth is measured flat, and they are now have proof. All it took was a couple of new preachers, and they're right back to religion. Yeah, you're right.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It is right, though, right?
Yeah, they're preaching hard. The evangelists are out there. I mean, going hard at it. Yeah.
All you have to do is say it. You know, like that's what they were telling us. You just have to say it. Nathan said, you know, push it. Get out there. Just say it. And if you won't say it, then you can be muted. Go on, get out. We're only interested in people who say it. And it's obviously, right, it's obviously not flat. That I'm going to have to do a thing that we can all agree on. Those 12 that we've just gone over, they should be on the list. Because if you can't agree on those things, then, you know, there's not much helping people. Like, there's not much communication if you can't agree on the fundamentals of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular and the tools that establish those things. But further from that, there should be also some other fundamental, like call them axioms or whatever, of reality. In fact, they probably have already been wrote out. Or maybe that's the ethics, Aristotelian ethics, whereas it was wrote more philosophically than like a Euclidean logic axiomated system. Well, from those 12, right, what I'm sorting out is a fundamental logic understanding of argumentation. The fundamental arguments that can be made. Kevlar, who's he? Kevlar sent in the super chat. Thank you very much, Kevlar. Says Terence Howard is a feckless coward. Is that because he's not turning up? He's been offered a debate by someone, probably. Is that Kevlar? Is that Sean Hawkins? Is that you, Sean? Sending in? Well, thanks a lot anyway, Kevlar. Terence Howard is an actor, and I consider what we heard as part of a play, an act. It's a setup, because they want to destroy logic, and you can only destroy logic completely if you can absolutely ruin the law of identity. If you can get people to question straight and not understand what it is, then I think you've done it. I think that's the... Could there be anything else? Because that was the first place I went to. Something that you could prove. What's the most fundamental thing that you could prove to yourself? Well, proofs are only within geometry. And what's the easiest thing that you can prove? Well, you'd have to go to book 11 and look at the first thing. That's what we did. We used water levels to do that, which is, you know, why the 12 were wrote out, so we could have a fundamental understanding, a basis to get us to the water level, to know that the water level provides a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, we can use the geometric principles to prove the straight line lying within the plane. Quite cleverly, I think. But we use the Vesica Pisces understanding. Geometric. So, I mean, I don't know what's going to be the use nowadays. What's the use of proving a straight line now? If it can be questioned so readily. I mean, after what Terence Howard said, if you were to tell somebody that, you were trying to prove a straight line, and they'd say, what sort of a straight line? And you'd say, well, straight, geometric one. And they'd go like, oh, that old flat earth straight. The one that the church was promoting. And I'd have to say, yeah, that's straight. We can prove that straight. Doesn't it sound bad? You can prove that straight. Well, that was built upon the framework of the church selling straight when they invented that straight.
Yeah, it's interesting the connection he made to the church and that. Why they needed to have that link, or why is there that link to that?
I think because it is, it is religion. So maybe they are trying to imply that geometry is part of religion. And that's why this guy was talking about also Pythagoras. Maybe he was talking about Pythagorean church or whatever, but still 6,000 years, it doesn't match Pythagoras. But I think that he's trying to link this to some kind of religion, that geometry is religion or hermetic knowledge or whatever. I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense for me. And the same thing with Whitsitt, because now he was talking about vibrating a straight line. It is nonsense, because geometry is not about motion. So geometry does not deal with motion at all. So when he's talking about vibrating straight line, it is not geometrical description, because moving line is not, it's out of geometry. So of course, when a line is vibrating, it's no longer a straight line, and it is just outside of geometry. So this is just nonsense. I don't think that Whitsitt realized that his statement is outside of any geometry, I would say.
Would you really do that, though? Could you make a statement about straight that's not geometric?
I would say that's why I call it nonsense, because he's using language quasi-geometrical, but he's applying to non-geometrical situation, like this vibrating straight line.
Well, the entire stream that he did, that was taken from, was titled Logic. And there's certain things that are said that just are not logical. But he follows it with, well, if you think logically about it, and then just says some nonsense. So I don't know whether this idea of straight not being straight is also being pushed with you know, think about it logically and actual nonsense. You know, like there's no logic actually said. It seems to be they call like red herring and straw man and all of that sort of stuff, and that's what they're sort of giving people an understanding of logic. The similar way that, you know, straight is being removed from the geometric. They're playing about with logic, or maybe that's the new logic. Maybe, you know, that's what they do. I don't know. It's a different crowd that we're talking about. We've been outcast because this is the arena supposedly is flat Earth versus globe Earth, and us being, you know, false dichotomy, showing the false dichotomy, we don't really fit into either side. So when this flat Earth versus globe Earth conversation starts occurring, well, you know, we're not needed. There doesn't seem to be need, you know, a balance within the middle that, you know, we can agree with both sides on and can say, look guys, can we all agree on this? That's what's not needed, because these two different sides don't seem to be able to agree.
We cannot be on either side because we are just disrupting their narrative. So we don't fit for that purpose, because we are disrupting. We are destroying or destroying even narrative from both sides, of course.
Yeah, when I think about it, they obviously, there's the on the level group, and there's obviously some people that are out there watching. Now, I'm not too sure how many of the people out there are watching are, you know, part of this flat Earth versus globe Earth narrative, or, you know, whether they get involved in it still. You know, making the battle or the division between those two groups. Well, there's obviously some people that they're not interested in that. Maybe there's some people that don't know. Maybe there's people that just want to try and find an understanding and where they fit in. And if you don't fit in to either of these groups, then you are cast out. You are so that's what we're doing here. We're hopefully, if you want to try and find out what we can know about reality, and you're not really bothered about the models because it's not going to change reality. Reality is going to stay the same. You can just perceive it however you want, obviously. Sometimes you might even be able to perceive that a straight line is different somehow. That's probably going to be asked of you coming soon. Can you think that black is white? That a straight is actually a part of a circle? Can you do that to your mind? Well, you might just have to. You might have to pretend that you can do it. But there are some things that you can actually know within reality. You can have a fundamental understanding of some real shit.
Well, at least I can know that that straight line is not curved. Therefore, it cannot be part of the circle or great circle or whatever, because great circle is circle. So it is not straight line by definition, because great circle is curved and straight line is not curved. Therefore, they cannot be the same thing. Simple.
Yeah, the consequences of the great circle being a straight line means that all of them are straight lines. There becomes no curve. It's a backwards thinking model. And I mean, their thing is made of curves, right?
Yes, and by the way, this is another absurd implication, because if you have great circle and if you define this great circle as straight line, but the surface you are operating on has a size. So it means that the straight line has size. This great circle being straight line. But if you are making the sphere bigger, it means that you are curving this great circle. So the great circle is a straight line, and if you inflate, let's say, the sphere, it is no longer straight line, because you are changing curvature of this straight line. So it's just nonsense, another nonsense.
Yeah, I don't know whether you're thinking about straight correctly there. You might be thinking about that Euclidean straight as opposed to the new 2024 Terence Howard or Whitsitt straight, because there's another couple of different ones. We don't know about Terence Howard, but Whitsitt thinks it's a vibrational straight.
Yes, this is vibrating straight line. So this is a vivid straight line.
Can't be straight because it's within that. I don't know.
Moving straight line, yeah. Creepy. For me, it's creepy. Moving straight line, crawling towards you.
It's the perturbation, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. I don't know whether I came into this with you know, like a slightly logical thought process, and gained a more structured logical thought process, but there's no way I can accept a contradiction now, and I seem to have logic to help me spot these contradictions, and there's so many of them all over the place, and most of them are ingrained within this linguistical trickery, sort of help it along. Yeah. God says mad seems an understatement, and obviously, you know, people find offense in that. So it's tough. You don't want to, you know. Like, I think I was listening to Nathan Oakley today, and Dave Weiss last night. And it seems like people ask a question. Certain people can answer the questions, but if you can't answer the question, it seems like there seems to be a reply question, but it's based around this false dichotomy. People at modern day, particularly within the globe and flat, of which there are no experts. You don't become an expert on flat earth or globe earth by spending longer in the chat rooms anywhere, because they're both fantasy models. They don't actually exist. So you can't become an expert in them. For your information. What do you do if you want to know something in reality and you can't get it to fit either a flat earth or a globe earth, but you know that there are things in reality? Like, you can't have a vertical change not well, being flat. It's just too much for me to take. I can't understand for the life of me why Nathan Oakley wants to try and tell people that mountains are flat by just saying, Don't look at the mountains. We're talking about on the water, on a boat. And it's like, but that doesn't make it flat. Jesse Lee Peterson said, the earth is dirt. Changes, it goes all over the place. It's not flat. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, Charles is in, is he?
Yeah.
I was saying a few minutes ago, I was thinking, when you talk about the straight line, I was thinking Q flat Earth math. You know,
How you folks doing?
Yeah, you like that,
Good
right?
evening.
The straight line that might not be straight.
Yeah, the conversation,
Well,
I imagine.
it's really a question of.
Sorry,
it's a
go on.
question about language. You know.
Amazing.
You can call it a geodesic if you'd like.
Yeah, but that's a straight line that isn't straight, or a straight line that can be thought of differently than
Just call it a geodesic.
These geodesics are vibrating or not? Just to clarify.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Just to clarify, though, a geodesic in Euclidean space is straight, isn't it?
I've never seen the word geodesic used in Euclidean geometry, so I'm not going to answer that.
But a geodesic in Euclidean space would be straight, wouldn't it?
I've never seen that reference, so
the idea of a geodesic is the shortest line, shortest distance within the space, right? So the shortest distance within Euclidean space would be a straight line, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a Euclidean straight line.
Yeah.
Just straight line, because it is a self-referencing statement, because if you have shortest length between 2 points, it cannot be other thing than straight line.
Well, see, this is where you get into the problem of non-Euclidean geometry, say spherical geometry, where the entire surface that you're dealing with is the surface of a sphere. So then you can use the word path. You know, the shortest path between 2 points is a geodesic.
That's a sphere. That's a Euclidean sphere, right?
Yes, but
and you in a spherical geometry, the shortest path between 2 points, meaning you're restricted to the surface of the sphere, that's a geodesic. And the problem is that when we use the same words to represent two different things, and that's one of the one of my challenges in trying to talk on this channel is it was when people use the same word, but then they don't distinguish between the different meanings of it. They just treat it as if it's the same meaning.
Well,
like that's when the
did
trouble
you watch
starts.
that Terence Howard thing?
I couldn't watch more than a minute of it because
what he was saying was he was taking the flower of life, which obviously through the Vesica Pisces is proof of a straight line, a Euclidean straight line, and he was placing spheres within there. And then he was talking about the negative space, which is just really the space between the spheres, and saying that that's the understanding of the straight line, not the actual straight line within the flower of life structure.
Yeah, I just really have a hard time listening to word salad, and it's like it's fun.
It's not word salad though, is it?
Or something.
The formulation of the Platonic solids.
No, the formation of Platonic solids is not word salad. But what Terence Howard was saying was word salad.
Yeah.
Like I could recognize the words, but he was putting them together in some very interesting ways, and I just do not like word salad.
Did you hear the bit where he was saying about the 6,000 years ago when they were inventing the straight line? That they did it because the church was pushing, promoting the straight line, and they used to think that they used to think that the Earth was flat. So, and because they used to think that the Earth was flat and that the church was pushing the straight line, they invented the straight line within Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, that I don't believe a word of that. Also, what church are they talking about 6,000 years ago? I mean, that
I know,
that
the Church of
predates
the Straight Line, obviously.
Mesopotamia, you know.
He's written a book, though. He's written a book.
Yeah.
It must be real.
Yeah. But I mean, doesn't
you
that
know-
work for you, though, right? The idea that a straight line might not be a straight line.
See, that's the problem. You just used the word straight line to mean two different things.
Well, that's what he was saying. That
Oh, I don't
old
think-
straight line was because the Earth was flat and the church was pushing it. But like you've got this idea of a geodesic now, which you consider a straight line.
No,
You don't
No,
consider
I
the
said-
geodesic a straight line.
well, if you put air quotes around it, or inverted commas, I guess is as you say in the UK, put inverted commas around the phrase straight line, meaning it's it's quote unquote
Spoken.
a straight line. So
Like a spoken word.
Yeah. So I would.
Or you mean
prefer at
frantic
least
bunny ears? Because that's different
frantic
than
bunny.
Yeah.
Frantic bunny ears. But though, so to be clear, we can call it a geodesic in spherical geometry. And then and you avoid the whole problem of saying a straight line is not a straight line.
Yeah,
which
but
is a
spherical
self-
geometry is non-Euclidean.
Yeah, this is true.
Okay.
Because the surface on which you're drawing your things is not the plane. It's the surface of a sphere.
It's not the surface of a sphere. It's spherical geometry. It's not Euclidean space.
Okay.
And Euclidean space has the straight lines. And obviously,
what I
a sphere would have a straight line diameter.
Yes, but what I
so
said
it's
was
not
correct.
that. Because
what I said was
that's a straight line. That's a Euclidean.
Yes, but what I said was correct, which is that spherical geometry is restricted to the surface of a sphere. So you have your own set of rules dealing with, shapes that you draw on the surface of the sphere.
Yeah, but it's so far removed from Euclidean that you can't even have a diameter of the sphere that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean,
two-dimensional.
The diameter of the sphere you're talking about is leaving the surface of the sphere. So, I mean, you could talk about it, but it isn't on the surface of the sphere.
Because you'd be talking about Euclidean. If you talk about a diameter, because it's a straight line. Exclusively Euclidean.
One of the points that I think would be well taken is just being careful to not use the same word for two different things.
Well,
so
it's
that you
within
end up with
the
statements.
definitions of Euclidean geometry. I've not seen any definitions for your the geometry that you're talking about. I've not seen them.
Well, it's a
And
Google search away.
You can't show them to us.
It's literally a Google search away. Just search for spherical geometry and you'll find tons and tons of analysis going back hundreds of years by many
Shadow
mathematicians.
Giants. Yep.
Shadow giants, whatever. I mean, but the thing that I find
There's no
very
way that you can
fascinating is-
conceptualize it because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
So just take out the word distance and insert the word path, and also say you are restricted to the surface of the sphere,
which is
like
Euclidean.
an ant
So
crawling on
you can't do that
like
because
an
it's
ant
not a
crawling on a beach
Euclidean
ball.
sphere.
We just agreed that it was a Euclidean sphere.
How can it be a Euclidean sphere if it's non-Euclidean?
No.
That just doesn't make any
sphere is
sense.
Euclidean.
That breaks the law of logic, the non-contradiction.
Well,
so
because
obviously,
you're making-
obviously, Charles, you're outside the realms of logic. It's non-logical.
Could I ask
as well?
Could I ask one question? Could I ask one question real quick? You said you're
Sure.
restricted to the surface, right?
Yes,
Then why were you saying that the diameter leaves the surface?
because the diameter is not on the surface of the sphere.
Its two endpoints are.
Just said
Yeah, the two endpoints
you're
are on the
restricted to
surface of
the
this. Right.
surface.
So if you are drawing Shapes. I'm going to use the generic term shapes. You know, you've got a Sharpie, you've got a beach ball, and you're drawing shapes on the sphere. You cannot, you know, draw it inside the sphere. You can't draw it hovering above
What
the sphere. You can only
shapes?
draw it on the surface of the sphere.
Shapes
And
do
then
you
the
think
whole
that you can imagine you can draw on the surface of this sphere?
use your imagination.
Because they
You can
would
draw
be
all sorts of
Euclidean shapes, wouldn't they?
No,
But you couldn't use Euclidean shapes because it's non-Euclidean. So
one
what
of these
shapes
is
are there
called,
that are not Euclidean?
well,
A globe?
okay, see, you just put a bunch of words in my mouth that I didn't say.
I
So
was
some of
asking
the
you a
shapes
question.
you can draw on the surface of a sphere.
Which shapes?
One is called a great circle. One is called
circle, that's Euclidean.
geodesic. One of them is called a small circle.
Geodesic is a shape.
I'm just using a generic term, shape, of things that you can draw.
But
on
it's
the
not a
surface of
shape, is it? A
sphere.
geodesic isn't a shape.
Well, I call it what you want. A
You
mark
called
that
it
you
a
make
shape.
with a Sharpie. Well, see, call it a mark then. Okay, you have a pen in your hand, a Sharpie, and you have a beach ball, and you're making marks on the beach
That's
ball.
not
That's what I'm talking about.
spherical geometry.
So the analysis of those markings is spherical geometry.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
No, it's not.
Well,
You
but
could
Bev,
use spherical
you denied spherical
trigonometry.
geometry.
You could use spherical trigonometry, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's Euclidean.
Well, no, spherical trigonometry is non-Euclidean.
Charles, I can't deny spherical geometry because you just rendered contradiction and absurdity. Because when you are talking about a great circle, and let's grant that this is a circle, but if you can draw another circle smaller, that would be the circle also, yes or not?
Well, the great circle is not considered to be a circle in spherical geometry.
Oh, but
The great circle is.
It's a
is simply
540-degree triangle. We call it the big lad. The big kahuna triangle.
So if you're talking about
540 degrees.
geometry, you're talking about spherical geometry.
No, we're
you can have
talking. This
circles.
is about globe.
Those are small circles.
Tis globe.
Right, but the great circle, I don't believe
We've
is
had a
considered to
guy.
be a
We had a
circle
guy
in
come
spherical
round. He's
geometry.
done a presentation for us. We've got it.
So, Charles, you are saying that small circle is circle, but great circle is not circle?
Mm-hmm. 540-degree triangle.
Don't quote me on that, but I don't believe I don't believe it is. I could be wrong.
We
because I'm
are
an
not
expert
talking
in
about
spherical
beliefs.
geometry.
We are talking about geometry. So,
Okay, but I'm trying to speak to
non-Euclidean
you as when
is
human being
belief-based, isn't
speaks
it?
to another.
Faith-based.
See, now
geometry.
you're going to play games with my words. I, in my understanding, a great circle is not considered to be a circle in spherical geometry, but I could be wrong.
Because the circle's Euclidean, and you can't have a non-Euclidean circle being the same as a Euclidean circle, can you? I mean, that'd be ridiculous.
Again, we're talking about the surface of a sphere.
I mean, a circle has a radius and a diameter, so you can't have that because they're straight lines. Right? You'd have to be restricted to spherical pi, wouldn't you?
Yeah, spherical pi would come into the mix with spherical geometry, with circles drawn using spherical geometry. But the thing that is really striking to me is that it seems that folks in this channel don't understand that you could physically draw
You're in
marks
this channel, right?
on the people I'm talking with, the non.
You can draw shit on a ball.
You could draw.
We can.
You could draw marks on a ball,
Yeah,
and you could perform an analysis of those marks. And it seems to be there seems to be a kind of a lack of acknowledging that you can analyze marks that are drawn.
You
on the
can
surface
definitely
of a sphere.
draw shit on balls. Yeah.
No, but you
I
can.
don't think
analyze
anybody
it.
would doubt that.
You can
right?
analyze it, and you
Does
can
anyone
make rules
does anyone here want to
regards.
deny the fact that you can draw shit on balls?
That's not what I said.
I don't deny.
No,
You can.
you
You
got
can
paper.
draw and no, I am not saying anything because for example, it is impossible to draw a square on the surface of the ball. So I can say that you cannot draw certain things on a ball.
But the key paper is whether or not you could perform an analysis of the marks that you make on the sphere. That's the question. And I
Yes, you
say,
can.
yes, you can.
You go,
You
that's
can.
a,
Yes.
that's a nice line you've drawn on there.
Yes. The
Yeah.
curved
Well,
line. Yes.
Call it a mark. It's a nice
Mark-
mark you've drawn on the
Mark
ball.
is
What
like
have
a
you got
point.
against Mark? Why do we?
So, you know, take your Sharpie and make 2 dots
Where
on the
is
ball,
Mark?
and
I've
then
not seen him for a bit.
and then draw the shortest path between those 2 dots, and just call it a geodesic.
Right.
Then
Why you
take
are
your
using
ball and draw a circumference, and then that's called a great circle. You know, there's all sorts of things you can do.
Have you
Okay,
seen
but-
Rumpus recently?
No.
No, I know. It's all right.
But if you are drawing this line, you call great circle. So this great circle has certain curvature or rate of curvature. So if you are
Well, it's the
changing,
circumference of the sphere.
yes. So that would be great circle, and you call it straight line. But if you are
no, take that last part away, because that's loaded. That's loaded language. I'm just going to call it a great circle.
okay, so not straight line. So problem solved because
Just exactly. One of the biggest problems is equivocation. Using the
so-
same word
yes,
that means 2 different things, and then treating them as if it's the same thing.
yes,
And
it is
then that which causes contradictions.
absolutely. We can agree.
So-
This is our credo here that we don't equivocate 2 different things.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness, you guys do it all the time.
Which so name
Like
one.
literally
Name
50%
one.
of the content on this
Okay,
channel
okay,
is
okay.
equivocation.
So it has to be a load of them. So please name one.
A straight line is not a straight line. That is a great example
Who
of
says
equivocation.
that?
We don't say that.
Bev.
What?
Oh my goodness, Bev. Happy Friday.
Who says a straight line is not a straight line?
You did just a few minutes ago.
When?
We'll
I have
to
a
play it
fundamental
back.
understanding of a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points. Like, where have I ever said
I don't-
that's not a straight line?
Well, we'll have to catch it on the replay on YouTube. I don't know what the timestamp is, but it was about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
No, he didn't say that. He said that and all the time we are saying here that we have only one meaning of straight line. So because
So in all
What is-
fairness, Bev, you were not saying it as if you believed it. You were saying it is a contradiction that somebody like me might hold. So you did say the phrase, a straight line is not a straight line. But that's an example of equivocation, and straight line meaning 2 different things in the same sentence.
No, that's contradictory.
yes, this is contradiction.
Yeah, it is
This
definitely contradictory. It's called
It's
equivocation.
not, it's
So
not an
that's why-
equivocation. It's a contradiction.
Well, no, the equivocation is when you're using the same word to mean 2 different things, and you're
Well,
mixing.
we
and
don't
matching
do that.
definitions and getting
We
oh my
don't do
goodness.
that, Charles. The equivocation is
yeah.
you.
Oh my goodness.
No, Charles, you are. It's not equivocation. Contradiction is when
examples-
you are contradicting the same word. So straight, not straight. So if you take them both and you make proportion between them, it is contradiction. So this is synthetic thinking. You have proportion, straight and not straight. And they are contradictory to each other. You cannot separate them. And this is not equivocation. Equivocation is when you are saying that the triangle is a square. This is equivocation.
No, no,
Yeah.
that's not. So
Yes,
if you
it
do a
is.
quick Google search, which I just did, the fallacy of equivocation occurs when a key term or phrase in an argument is used in an ambiguous way, with one meaning in one portion of the argument and then another meaning in another portion of the argument.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yes,
so
but
you,
not a
you can't say a triangle.
contradictory
You can't say a
meaning.
triangle is a square
Yes.
because you're not using the same term to mean two different things.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Yes, I am. Equivocating. Yes.
That's not equivocation.
It's
A
equivocation
triangle's not a
about
square is not equivocation.
It is equivocation if you are
There's no need to keep going down this path. Charles has
Yeah.
just told
Anyway.
me that I said that a straight line wasn't straight.
Well,
And
I
I've
think you
never
were
said that,
projecting
Charles,
that.
because there's a definite understanding of what a straight line is. That's the whole
Bev.
point of us doing this show tonight.
Bev, to be clear, you weren't saying it as if you believed it. You were saying it as an example of one of the contradictions by
I'd
somebody
suggest,
like me.
Charles, that you should just go back and find it and go and get a clip of it and put it out there and bring it back to us, because you're talking a load of shit. And
As I said, it was about,
you're a
it was about 10
teacher,
or 15
Charles.
minutes ago. Fortunately, YouTube does the text to speech or speech to text, so we can just
Yeah.
do it. A
Yeah,
little
you will.
You
You'll
can
be
do
able to
that.
wait.
Yes.
Have to wait for it to
So please do that, because
process.
you are literally accusing Beth of saying something that he didn't say.
So, all right.
And you think it's funny as well, Charles. That's that's very strange. Well, it's not strange, but it sort of shows that you're a little bit deluded. You might be going mad, Charles.
I will.
You're
withdraw
hearing
my claim
things.
until I can get evidence to the contrary. But
But we
I was
do
very interested when
understand
you went-
that, Charles, in reality,
Yes.
the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct.
And that straight line can be horizontal, right?
Depends on who's horizontal. Depends on where you're standing.
Are you going to equivocate what a horizontal is, Charles?
In reality. Yeah, in reality.
So, horizontal in reality is perpendicular to plumb. Now, where are you hanging the plumb bob? So
At each end of the
depends
straight
on-
line.
Well, those are two different angles. Plumb bobs diverge.
What do you mean
in the real world.
angles?
Plumb bobs diverge in the real world. So that's why you have to be very clear.
So is that why you
who's
can't
horizontal?
have horizontal be in a straight line?
Oh, a horizontal could be a straight line. It's just you can't call it horizontal at
What?
both ends.
Charles, listen to
at a
what you're
great
saying.
distance.
A horizontal can be a straight line, but you can't call it horizontal.
At both ends.
The
In
line.
the real world. I mean, on a sheet of paper, sure. You can draw it as long as you want on a sheet of paper and call it horizontal. Like the x-axis.
Yeah,
or
well, we're
anything
talking
parallel
about
to the
in
x-axis.
reality, Charles.
But in
Now,
reality,
is the straight
horizontal is
line, the
perpendicular to
horizontal
plumb.
that you call on a straight line on a piece of paper, is that in reality?
No, in reality,
It's not in
horizontal is
reality on the
perpendicular to
paper.
plumb.
You were just
No, well,
imagining it.
No, on a sheet of paper, using Cartesian coordinates, and anything that is parallel to the x-axis is customarily called horizontal, right? But that's in the theoretical construct of
Yes,
Cartesian
but
coordinates.
you were talking about plumb bobs. So plumb bob
Yes,
is
but in the
reality.
real world,
Yeah.
horizontal has nothing to do with a sheet of graph paper. In the real world, horizontal has everything to do with being perpendicular to plumb.
And therefore,
Because
it's a straight line, right? Because that's what perpendicular means, isn't
No,
it?
that's not what perpendicular means.
Yeah,
It
it
means
is.
meeting at a right angle.
Perpendicular is two straight lines.
It is not. Euclid himself disagrees with you.
No,
Are you
he
sure?
agrees.
Yes.
Do you want me to get it again, Charles?
we
I will literally get
again,
it for you right now.
We went through that like a
Yes,
few months ago.
but don't
Well,
you,
I just
don't
said
you
it
remember
earlier.
A
The
line
definition of
perpendicular to a
perpendicular.
plane? Don't you remember a line perpendicular to a plane? That means that it doesn't have to be two lines.
Not
it
a
could be a line
plane.
and a plane.
Not a plane.
A plane can be perpendicular to another plane.
Yeah, but that's not what
Right.
perpendicular is. The definition of perpendicular is two straight lines.
Now, a description of perpendicular could be two straight lines meeting at a right angle. But other things can be described as perpendicular as well, such as a line meeting a plane or a plane meeting another plane. Those can all be described as perpendicular if they meet at a right angle. So the definition of perpendicular is meeting at a right angle.
Yes, but this right angle is between lines, not
No,
between
it could be
planes.
between planes.
No, it is
Yes.
described as angle between lines.
Oh, in that, what is it? Definition 10, book 1. Sure, that's a description of two perpendicular lines meeting at a right angle such that adjacent angles are equal. But that's not the definition of perpendicular, because he then goes on to describe a line perpendicular to a plane and a plane perpendicular to another plane.
Yes, and when
So the
he
definition,
is so,
definition of perpendicular is not restricted to lines.
yes,
Euclid himself uses
sorry,
it multiple times.
sorry, but when he is describing a line perpendicular to a plane, he is using also lines to describe it.
Okay, that's
Because
part
he's
of the
using
proof.
lines meeting at where when they are intersecting this line.
Can I just
that's
give you
part of the
this,
proof.
Charles? I'll give you the
Sure. Yeah, I
actual
could see it.
definition, right? Just so you're clear of this.
Yeah.
Definition
absolutely.
10, book 1. When a straight
I
line,
totally get
when
that.
a straight line, that's one straight line, standing on another straight line, that's another straight line, that's two straight lines so far, make the adjacent angles equal to one another. Each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line, the one of the straight lines, which stands on the other straight line, is called perpendicular to it. So it's
to the straight line.
called perpendicular. It's a definition
No,
of
description.
perpendicular.
Description.
No, a definition.
Definition is description of a thing. What it's saying, definition is saying what the thing is.
Well,
And the thing what we're talking
problem
about
that
is
Euclid himself,
perpendicular.
Euclid himself is disagreeing with you.
No, he's
It's
literally
where?
just
Wait.
called it a perpendicular and defined
it's
it
called
as being
a
two
perpendicular.
straight lines in a relationship to each other to make the angles equal. It's a very clear definition.
I totally get that. It's not. It's a just very clear description. Absolutely.
Yeah,
He
it's a
then goes on to
definition. It's called
describe a
definition
line
10,
perpendicular
Charles.
to a. Well, I mean, in a later slide, I don't know how many slides after this one. Maybe it was slide
definition
4 or 5. In your 12 slide.
Yeah, that's not Euclid. That's my 12 steps to t-shirt logic. Don't worry about that.
I get you.
Let's talk
Right,
about
no, but I mean-
Euclid and the definition of perpendicular, which is what you're
Later on,
questioning.
Later on in your
Because you don't
slideshow,
understand
you
what
talk
straight
about-
lines are. You're getting really upset. Because it's hard work,
Later
isn't
on-
it? Because I'm vertical and horizontal, I'm perpendicular too. Which
Later on
means
in
straight
your slideshow,
lines.
you have a
But
perpendicular.
you've already
to a
said
plane.
that you get upset when people call a horizontal a straight line.
I don't think I said I get upset.
No, you
It's
just
funny,
showed that
amusing.
you get upset. Because
Oh
you
my
can't
goodness.
have it. You can't have horizontal in reality being a straight line, can you?
Horizontal is perpendicular to plumb.
And
So
perpendicular is
therefore-
the relationship of two straight lines.
So
Can be.
No, they are, because you said that plumb bob is perpendicular to horizontal. So if you
Well, a
are
horizontal
use
plane.
a plane or
Horizontal
line,
plane
whatever.
is perpendicular to a plumb bob. You can have
Yes.
infinite horizontals perpendicular to the plumb bob.
And all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Yes, this is true. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Yes.
So if plumb bob is perpendicular to horizontal plane, therefore all plumb bobs on that plane, perpendicular to that plane, will be parallel.
No, because plumb is not
No.
defined as perpendicular to horizontal. It's not how plumb is defined.
No, it's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the plane of the horizon is a circle.
It doesn't
the horizon
matter.
is a circle.
It doesn't matter if you can't
Doesn't
give a
matter
shape.
what
of
shape
course.
you imagine the plane of the horizon to be, Charles.
It is still a
Oh,
plane.
no, the plane of the horizon is a plane, but the horizon itself is a circle.
Again, irrelevant of what you imagine the shape of the horizon to be. We're talking about the plane of the horizon. You play word games, Charles, and it's getting old.
Nope, no word games. Just
what do you mean,
clear
no word
definition.
games? What's a circle got to do with the plane of the horizon?
It is still part of the plane. Circle is in the plane.
Right,
So
right,
it
but it's
doesn't
really
matter.
important. Because
No, it
later on in
doesn't.
your slideshow, you talk about something being perpendicular to the horizon, but the horizon itself is not a straight line. The horizon itself is a circle.
It's a plane of the horizon, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes,
it
the
is
plane of the horizon, the
plane.
plane that contains the circle that is the horizon, or the horizon
It
is a
doesn't
section
matter.
of a circle.
But it doesn't prove or disprove anything. So your notion is irrelevant in the argument. The argument
no one
or
said
the
anything about
statement
proof.
is that it is perpendicular to a plane of the horizon.
Yeah,
So
and the horizon is
And you get
dependent on the
upset
observer.
because perpendicular is the relationship of two straight lines to one
You just
another.
said perpendicular
And
to
you
a plane,
can't
Joe.
have horizontal
2 minutes
being
ago.
a straight line in reality. It upsets you. There's something that goes on in your mind that makes you
No
agree
upset
with
here.
Terence Howard that, perhaps horizontal isn't a straight line.
and by the way,
Horizontal could be defined as a straight line where you are.
It is
but
a
you
straight
cannot
line.
extend-
It's
yes, and
definitely
by
a straight
that
line. It's
straight line
perpendicular to vertical.
to a
You
distance
said it
further
yourself.
away.
And by the way, about equivocation, you have just made equivocation because
Exactly how.
you are trying to use horizon as equivalent to the plane of the horizon.
No, the
And
horizon
yes,
is a circle. Okay.
Yeah,
And,
but-
and any circle, any Euclidean circle, you could define a plane that contains that circle.
Yes,
And
but
right where you are, you could
Okay.
define so you could say vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yes,
but
plane.
the horizon is dependent on observer location.
yes, but it is perpendicular to a plane.
Yeah, dependent where you are, because the horizon, just like a rainbow, if you have two people looking at a rainbow, they don't see the exact same rainbow. A rainbow is an optical phenomenon depending on observer or camera, right? But the horizon is definitely dependent on observer location.
You have plumb bob, and plumb bob is a real thing, and it is vertical in reality, and plane of the horizon is, of course, imaginary, but still orientation is real. So this plane of the horizon has horizontal orientation. So it, by definition,
Where you are, yes.
Wherever
because
you are.
the horizon changes depending on where you are. If you increase in elevation, if you move to another location, you will get a different horizon. Okay, so no matter where you are, your horizon is viewer dependent. So then you can arbitrarily make an imaginary plane that cuts through that horizon, the horizon being a circle, and then you could say, well, vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, but it's your horizon. Somebody in some other location will have a different vertical perpendicular to
But it will
his
still be
horizon.
perpendicular to the plane of the horizon there as well, won't it?
Right, depending on the viewer. 'cause
Always.
each person has a different
Always
horizon. Yeah, always.
perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. All plumb bobs.
Right.
Even
But
where
everybody
you
has a
are,
different
right?
horizon.
As you're turning around in your circle that you're doing, you could hold a plumb bob and it will be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon all the time, wouldn't it?
Yes,
As you're
for you.
turning round in your circle.
Sure, absolutely. But in somebody doing this same operation someplace else will have a different vertical, perpendicular to his or her.
This is
horizon.
your claim.
Sure, because I know the Earth is a globe.
And you'll never
Yes,
see a
it's-
tilt.
plumb
will
bob.
you?
Yes.
You'll never
Yes,
see
but
it tilt, and you will always see perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
That's because the planet is pretty big.
A really
yes,
big
but
ball.
this is begging the question, claim. So
Yeah, I know you guys don't believe the Earth is a
no,
is
it
gold,
is not
but-
about belief. I am just pointing out fallacy in your argumentation.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to prove a globe by saying the Earth is a globe. All right,
You
I'm
can't
just
prove a
stating
globe.
Yeah,
just stating a fact.
no. Begging the question means,
expecting that.
or circular reasoning means that you are assuming something, and this assumption is already in conclusion. So it is begging the question because and
No, there was-
circular reasoning. Yes,
No,
because
there was no assumption in there.
yes, because if you are saying tilting vertical, it means that you are already you have already assumed.
No, he said
that
it
this
would
is a
never be
sphere.
seen tilting.
Yeah, yes, but
because the scale of the planet is too big. So yeah, tilting verticals is not something that you should be.
yes, that's
seeing
why
with your
you
own
are
eyes.
you can only assume that you cannot check it because as you say it is impossible.
Wait a minute. Hasn't it been claimed by some guy? I think it was called Jeff, but he might have changed his name to Baron Rutledge. He's claimed to have seen a tilt, measured it even. Yeah, you're unaware of this.
There's a
Are
lot
you
of things you
unaware
could
of
do with
this,
surveying
Charles?
instruments. No, I'm not familiar with that name.
Oh.
But no, I mean using precision
know
survey
Jeff?
instruments. Sure, you could
Remember Jeff?
measure a lot of different things. I don't know who Jeff is. No.
Guy that probably didn't live in Maine.
Yeah,
Ring
I'm
any
not
bells?
familiar with. Are you talking about the Maine surveyor?
Yeah. Well,
I'm not acquainted.
Yeah, he used to be called Jeff, but it appears that there's a new guy that seems to have done exactly the same stuff as him, called Baron Rutledge.
I'm not familiar with that.
1,100 feet was the distance, and so you saying that you can't measure it, and well, he has.
No, I never said you can't measure it. I never ever said you can't measure it. What I said is
So
you're not
so
gonna
you can measure
see
it then, right? You can measure the tilt.
Oh,
of a
absolutely.
plumb bob.
With surveying with surveying equipment, sure. Reciprocating zenith angles is a great way.
Really?
Of seeing plumbs diverging at great distance.
Are you sure?
So, yes.
But these devices are optical, aren't they?
Would you call that a proof of a globe?
I would call it evidence. Evidence for the globe certainly is problematic for a plane.
What about Dave Weiss, right? You know about Dave Weiss?
Yes.
Flat
Dave
Earth
Weiss is
Dave,
not
they
going to
call him.
Antarctica.
He's got 3 Bitcoin.
Yeah, and it's
Have you watched his videos?
Of course, I've watched all of his videos.
Okay,
I
right.
used to
Well,
comment on his videos
what
way back in
about-
the day, and I actually.
What about
I've
reciprocal
emailed him about
zenith
this
angles
Bitcoin.
measurement?
Oh, I don't know what he said about reciprocal zenith
Well,
angles. I missed that.
It's a proof, right?
Well, I
It's
would say
geometric,
evidence.
right? Isn't it?
It is geometric.
Right. Well, there
It
you
is
go. That's the
evidence-
best sort
it-
of proof
it
that you
evidence
could
that-
ever need. Is it Euclidean geometric proof?
Well, you could put a plane. You can make a vertical plane between the two observers, and you can draw.
You sure that's-
draw a shape?
Do you think that'd work? Because right, you're looking for spherical geometry, aren't you? But do you think you could
Well, no,
use
the
a
reciprocal-
Euclidean geometric proof
No,
to prove
reciprocal zenith
something
angle
that
is not.
needs spherical geometry?
No, it does not need spherical geometry.
So you can prove
Um,
it with Euclidean geometry then?
Yes.
Right,
Yes,
and
but
you got
it
this.
would be a
And
mathematical
geometric
proof.
Yeah, well, that's where proof is, right?
Yeah,
You
but
can't
not
prove
a proof of
anything
reality.
in science with your
Yeah,
science,
'cause we
right?
could-
That doesn't prove
right,
anything.
because we could be
does it?
brains in a vat. We could be in a space station, orbiting.
Well, we're not brains
orbiting
in a
some-
vat.
Well, we could be.
No, we're
we
not.
could be living in a simulation.
Nope.
Well, I mean that's what you say, but we could be.
Well, I
All
mean,
right,
if that's
and
what
there's-
you want to
and there's-
say,
there-
then
there's
fair
no
enough.
way to
I mean,
prove
I don't know.
otherwise.
What do you mean? There's no way to prove what?
Well, I mean, you've seen The Matrix, right? How would you know that you were not walking around
That's a
in a
that's
computer
a
simulation?
film, Charles.
Sure, it's a film, but it's a thought experiment.
No,
it's
it's a
fantasy.
film.
It's fantasy. Yeah.
Sure.
Science fiction. Fiction.
Sure. But there's no way of proving that we are not in a computer simulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't
literally
prove a
impossible
not
to prove.
that, Charles. You know
Yes.
that, surely.
Yeah.
You cannot
So-
prove a not that. Yes. That is
So that's-
definitely true.
So even though a big claim
Yeah,
on this channel
Yeah,
is that the
Charles,
Earth is not a globe.
it is like proving that you are not a camel.
Right. Or proving the Earth is not a globe.
Prove to me that you are not a camel.
I could be a camel.
No,
humper too, right?
I need proof, not claim, proof.
Yeah.
So it is
On humper
nonsensical.
too,
So
right?
Yeah, you can prove something is not true. Can't you?
yes, you can.
But you can't
That's-
prove a not that,
No,
Charles.
yes,
There's a
because-
difference.
Because not that.
What is the difference between a not that and not true?
Because truth is positive statement and not that is negative. That's why.
Yeah, but he just said you could prove it's not true,
Yes.
which is different from proving the not that.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
a claim
because-
made. You can prove it false, can't you?
Yeah, but so the thing is, it sounds like you're contradicting yourself because
Well, it
you
would
say
do to someone like you, Charles. I can imagine.
because you say the Earth is not a globe, or at least that's the theme of the conversation. The Earth is not a globe.
No.
So it's
One-
like
no,
it's the
no,
not-
Charles.
It's the
Charles,
not that.
the argument states the Earth is not a spherical object.
Okay, the Earth is not a spherical object.
Yeah.
All right, but that sounds a whole lot like the not that to me.
No, that sounds like a claim that somebody makes the Earth is a spherical object, and you can therefore place that within the modus tollens and disprove it, can't you?
A very poorly worded modus tollens.
No,
Really?
you can.
Yes, modus tollens needs to have the same phrase repeated throughout, not variations of the phrase.
Yes.
So for
we
the
agree.
modus tollens to be valid, you can't use different words and different formulations of phrases
Yeah.
in the different lines in the modus tollens. Otherwise, it becomes
There are only
invalid.
two lines. We have antecedent and consequent. This is subordinate statement.
Right, but those statements have to be exactly the same. And in the modus tollens that I've seen
No,
with
they
regards to
cannot be the same.
shape of the Earth,
Charles.
they use multiple formulations, different
Charles,
formulations.
they
to
cannot
say
be the same because antecedent has to be different from consequent.
No. The pieces of it, like the A and the B, or the P and the Q. You can't have P, and then you change the wording of P halfway through.
Yes, of course.
All right, so
you cannot do that.
let's take a
That's
look
why.
at
That's why.
the Earth
That's
is a
why.
spherical object P. Then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, not Q. That is not Q. Those are two completely
I
different
mean, it's
statements.
not Q.
Those are completely different statements.
Really?
Yes.
That the surface of liquid water at rest must curve.
Yeah, that right.
Right
That's
now,
that's a
is
good
there any
statement.
curve to a horizontal plane of reference, Charles?
The whole thing about the water level is a tool. Like where it doesn't say anything about water level being a tool in statement Q.
No, it says that
Statement
the
not
surface
Q.
of liquid water at rest must curve.
Right. So not Q must be the surface of liquid water does not curve.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
what not
water
Q should
level
be,
is a
but it
tool
doesn't-
for
but it doesn't say
establishing a
that.
horizontal plane of
It does-
reference. Does not curve, Charles. It may be
Yeah.
a little bit too. How would you suggest that we word that then?
Well, I just said it. The surface of liquid water at rest does not curve. That would be not Q.
Yeah, that is not Q.
No, it mentions a water level. And,
And a horizontal
specifically, it
plane
speaks
of
about
reference.
a water level.
How much
in
curve is
construction.
there, Charles, to a horizontal plane of reference?
Well, when they say a horizontal plane of reference, they're talking about in construction. But that mathematically,
How
or
much curve is there to a
mathematically
horizontal
is not-
plane of reference, Charles?
Well, 8 inches per mile squared on the globe, but that's not a plane, right?
Are you saying that a horizontal
practically a
plane of reference isn't a plane?
In construction, using a water level, it's not a plane.
Not
Okay.
But it's well within. It's well
So
within
that's
the
your
error
rebuttal to
of the
this then,
instrument.
that a water level isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Charles,
A
flat
water
Earth
level
map
is so if I were to improve
states
upon this, first of all,
a horizontal plane of reference is not achieved with a water
it's
level.
a practical, right, and not a perfect horizontal plane of reference is not achieved with water level. Yeah, but the water level doesn't even belong.
Do you have any
in
proof
this,
of that,
in
Charles?
this sequence? Yeah, because the Earth is a globe. So
This
the
is
water level,
again,
That
Charles.
sounds like
Charles, you are making circular reasoning again. Sorry. You said that
the thing is, a water level simulates a still body of water. And so if you take that, if you have a water level that's, 2 kilometers long, I think you've seen the one by Lionel Chadwick, or somebody's named Chadwick, I forget. You've seen the video, you know what I'm talking about, where he's got a 3-column water level. And the middle column is higher.
No,
The water
Charles.
is higher than the eye level between the
There's
two ends.
3 bits of water. You don't know that that's a water level.
Oh, I mean, the guy who made the video could be lying. Sure, he could be lying, but the same thing with the.
Did you see a test
the old
to
Bedford
make sure?
level. No, I watched a video, and the video could be lying.
Yeah,
Okay, so if you want to reject the video, but the concept is the same. It's a 3-column water level.
Well, what was
right?
the outcome then?
When you have a 3-column water level and you shoot an eye line between the first and the third column, the middle part of the water level is higher.
Okay.
Very
now,
slightly
is that
higher.
horizontal?
That's the sagitta. No, you don't call it horizontal. No,
it's not horizontal. Which bit is not horizontal? The eye line sighting?
The eye line is not horizontal.
Okay.
It would be,
what about
it would be dipping down.
From one end to the center? Is that horizontal?
No, that would also have a dip angle.
So they're all dropping.
The sight line, the eye lines would have a negative angle of elevation.
Okay, so they wouldn't be horizontal because the horizontal would be going above them.
Yes.
They would be a measured
very slightly
drop.
Very, very slightly.
From the horizontal.
If you used a theodolite.
That's what Jesse Kozlowski said before he did a Jesse Kozlowski, right? That yes, you could measure it. And you seem to be confirming that too. Charles.
Sure.
Flat Earth math.
And this is just perspective, of course, so it has nothing to do with the curving level. But still, in this argument, why I am talking about circular reasoning, because in the argument, if the Earth is a spherical object, you cannot rebut argument using circular reasoning. That's why I objected it. Because
yeah. Well,
you said
this isn't how I prove the Earth is a globe. I prefer to.
You can't prove it,
make
Charles.
careful
You've already
measurements.
said.
Establish beyond a reasonable doubt, we'll say. I prefer to look at the sun, moon, and stars because it
Looking
doesn't
at lights
require
in the sky won't prove
refraction.
anything. Nathan Oakley does that sort of shit.
No, Nathan Oakley doesn't do anything of this.
Yeah, he does. He gets other people to measure angles to lights in the sky too. Right? He can tell them to do it carefully, just like you.
No, I don't think he does any of that.
Yeah. No, he doesn't do it. No, he doesn't do it. He doesn't
but I
need
mean,
to
but
do
he
it.
doesn't have any interest in it. The only references he has is for claiming that celestial navigation uses right triangles.
For the severely model afflicted, looking up at the lights in the sky and imagining you can prove a model. Well, it's ridiculous, Charles. Like you're as bad as your assumptions on water level can't be a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference because 'tis globe. That's ridiculous.
No, it's not
like
ridiculous.
you are ridiculous, Charles.
Charles,
are you still teaching?
Happy Friday. Yeah, this is my 30th year. This is my 30th year.
Do you reckon they'll be teaching kids to conceptualize straight as being a circle, but like a not circle, if you know what I mean.
Well, actually, I'm going to become a an astronomy teacher next year.
Right, and
I'll
do
be
you
teaching astronomy
teach
and
kids
computer
that
science.
within that you know, straight lines
Well,
are
one of the
circles but not circles?
one of the things that because I have my own, the school has a planetarium, but one of the things I want to teach my students, based upon my interaction with you folks, is critical thinking.
That's
I
good.
really want to teach,
Inspire
really want to
people
teach
to
kids
actually think for themselves.
think for themselves,
Yeah.
and like analyze things geometrically. So, so I'm really looking
So
forward
will
to that
you
because
teach them about the concepts of straight being different?
I'm just not going to touch that. So,
so you're not, you're not. I wouldn't either with the kids. I'd leave that out. That can be dangerous to a child's mind. That teaching them that straight is, something and something different also. It's like straight and not straight. Straight can be straight, but not straight also. But still straight.
We won't get into spherical geometry, but we definitely will use lots of Euclidean geometry to make an analysis.
Does that mean that it's not actually made it into the age range that you've been teaching then? This concept of straight not actually being straight.
I've never taught spherical geometry to any group of students, so
good. So it's not made it into the curriculum then.
But notice that you just used the equivocation fallacy. You said straight
Kev.
not being straight, and that's equivocation. But no, I'm really looking forward to teaching.
No, I was asking you if it's made it into the idea of the school system yet. This thing that you're coming around here and pushing, like has it actually made it into the school teaching process?
So the spherical geometry is not normally part of the high school curriculum. I think if a geometry teacher might, have like an extra exploration, it's in a bunch of geometry textbooks that I've seen, but it's usually like supplemental material, just for like an interesting tangent. Pun.
So it
intended.
has then.
I mean, I've seen it in high school textbooks, but it's not like a chapter. It's usually presented as further exploration because the normal high school geometry curriculum is Euclidean.
Yeah,
right. It does not go into non-Euclidean. So they'll mention non-Euclidean, but it's just a side note. It's not usually.
What about this flat Earth versus globe Earth? Does that make it into the curriculum? Yeah.
No.
It's creeping its way in over here,
So yeah, because of a lack of critical thinking. So.
Well, I don't know, because they've decided to place it within the curriculum. It seems it looks like it's on a bit of a test run. It's not fully integrated itself within.
It'll be interesting, because I know you like to call them lights in the sky, but there's actually a whole lot you could learn just studying the moon, just looking at nothing else besides the moon. You could learn a great deal.
Moon gazing.
The place where we live. I mean, everything from moon phases to the terminator line, the angle of the terminator line. You can have field rotation, which is basically the angle, the angle of the terminator line makes with your vertical or your horizontal. Moonrise, moonset. What happens to the moon on the equinoxes and the solstices? I mean, there's just a ton of stuff you can do just with the moon. Well, for example, just using Euclidean geometry, and knowing that the Earth is a globe that the moon orbits.
So you can use Euclidean geometry.
You could say that,
because I thought you required spherical geometry,
and I was trying to answer it. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
you
want
to hear
the answer? Use spherical geometry then. Where do you use spherical geometry then? Just on the surface, Like above the surface, do you use Euclidean?
So non-Euclidean geometry would be helpful with things like latitude and longitude. But you asked a question about the moon.
Are longitude and latitude, are they perpendicular?
Oh my goodness gracious. You're not interested in the moon.
Are longitude and latitude, are they perpendicular?
You just asked me a question and I was really trying to answer it.
Okay. Well,
But yes,
are they perpendicular?
Latitude and longitude are perpendicular.
Okay, right. Is that though? Is that a spherical geometry perpendicular? Because you said, longitude and latitude are
it's the intersection of a great circle. It's the intersection of a great circle and smaller circles where the plane of the smaller circles
non-Euclidean geometry also has perpendicular, and does it mean the same? The intersection of two
meeting
straight
at a right
lines
angle.
perpendicular.
Meeting at a right angle is definition.
Yeah, perpendicular.
Meeting at a right angle. Yes.
Perpendicular. Yes.
You can have a great circle and a small circle.
So what's the difference then between perpendicular in Euclidean geometry, in reality, obviously, and the perpendicular within spherical geometry and the longitude and latitude? What's the difference? Because it sounds like everything's the same. You're using the same words and you're using geometry, just a different type of geometry in your mind, I'm guessing.
Meets at a right angle is the same.
Yes, but you were quoting something about equivocation and that you are using same words in different meaning.
Geometry or perpendicular means meeting at a right angle.
Yes.
That definition.
But
nobody's going to argue about you with that. That's definitely what we understand.
So there's no equivocation there. Every time I say perpendicular, I mean meeting at a right angle.
Yeah, a right angle, right? A right
angle,
is a right line. That's a straight.
Right over 2 radians.
Straight.
Yes, but you have this definition of perpendicular and the definition of an angle. It is inclination of two straight lines. So that's why we are asking about this, if it means the same. Because seemingly it does not, but you think maybe it means the same, but it is not. Because these are curved lines, so there is no perpendicularity involving curved lines.
Okay, so a great analogy is, how do you determine that a plane is perpendicular to another plane? Well, the proof
is all of the lines at the meeting point will be straight lines meeting at right angles, perpendicular to each other.
Okay, thank you. So you could do the same with a curve and a tangent. So you could say a curve can be perpendicular to another curve if at the point of intersection you draw a tangent to one curve and a tangent to the other curve, and those tangents are perpendicular.
The tangents will be perpendicular, not the
curves.
Those
are straight lines. Okay, those are straight lines. So
the straight lines would be perpendicular because that's what perpendicular means. Charles.
No, you are segueing from tangent line to a curve. So you are making another equivocation. So you are equivocating that this perpendicularity has the same value because of tangent. But you said that this is perpendicular because it is perpendicular to a tangent. Therefore, not to the curve.
Perpendicular to each other. Therefore, the curves are intersecting at a right angle.
No, the straight lines are the right angle.
Yes, so tangent line is perpendicular to intersection line, but vertical to horizontal, whatever. But it is not saying that this angle is between curve and straight line. It is between two straight lines.
So, Paper, are you familiar with the concept of normal?
Yes, I know.
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
Normal.
Perpendicular.
You can have a normal to a curve. You could have a normal to a surface.
Perpendicular, Charles.
And the word normal means perpendicular.
Yes.
Normal to a curve.
Because it's two straight lines.
Yes. No, and this normal is you have to do, if you have curved surface. you need
You're
this
going into
tangent.
definitions and playing definition games with a dilithiist. Charles can literally have two different meanings of the same word.
Yes,
I'm
and
talking
but
about
by
a
the way,
normal,
Charles,
a
you
normal to a surface.
yes, I know, because for example, if we have lenses, and they are spherical, so how they measure or calculate angles? They are making or angle of incident of light. So they are
Yes,
measuring.
so you
So they are measuring to this normal, and this normal is tangent line to a spherical lens.
Yeah. So you
Yeah.
can have a curved surface, and you have a line
Yes,
perpendicular
you.
to a curved surface.
No,
You could have
no.
two curved lines perpendicular to
No,
each
no,
other.
no. So sorry, but they are creating tangent line to a surface.
Yeah, that's part of the proof.
Yeah, but this tangent line is not surface of the lens.
That's correct. That's correct. But what do you call it? You call it perpendicular. What's it perpendicular to? It's perpendicular to the surface.
No, perpendicular to a tangent. To a
proof?
tangent.
Oh,
To
come
a
on.
tangent.
Perpendicular is literally defined as two straight lines meeting at right angles.
Euclid disagrees with you.
No, he doesn't. That's literally the definition.
That was a description. He also
It's the
described the
definition, Charles.
line perpendicular
The
to a plane, and he also
definitions,
described.
then the axioms, and then the postulates.
And
So are you saying that Euclid did not describe two perpendicular planes?
Yes, he did.
Are you saying he
Description
did not
is
describe,
definition.
Yes, Charles.
A perpendicular, a line.
What are you
perpendicular to
doing,
a plane?
Charles?
So he described all three of those conditions.
Yes, all
Using the same word,
straight
perpendicular.
lines.
Yes, and they
No.
and
Yes.
these.
Or two of them are planes, right?
Oh, fucking hell,
All
Charles.
three
How
of
many
them
times have we
using the word
been through
perpendicular.
this? How many
Charles,
times, Charles, have we been
Charles,
through this?
description
Use
is
the word-
definition.
Use
Charles,
the word perpendicular three different ways.
Charles,
And in
description
and the
is
consistent thing-
definition. Can
the
you
consistent thing
acknowledge
is
that?
meeting at a right angle.
Not
Right?
listening. Charles,
I'm sorry, say it
description
again.
is definition.
No, description
Yeah.
is not definition. You
Sorry,
could say,
sorry.
You could say the White House, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other houses
Right,
that
Charles.
are white.
All right, I'm
No.
going to
That
give
other
you. I'm
cars
going to
are
give
white.
you now definition 3, book 11. Right,
Okay.
seeing that we've already done definition 10, book 1. This is definition 3, book 11. It states a straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every, get this, straight line meeting it in that plane. So that
that's
starts
the proof.
off with a straight line. It's perpendicular to a plane when
Right.
it meets every straight line at right angles.
Yes.
Right, so
Yes,
the
so he's
straight line
defining
meets
a
another straight line
perpendicular to a plane.
perpendicularly, right?
He's
Within the
defining
definition, again,
a line
two
perpendicular to a
straight
plane.
lines.
Yes.
Relationship
but the definition is of a
perpendicular.
line perpendicular to a plane.
Okay, what's the
And-
next one?
And
A plane
including
is
that definition-
perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn on one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. All the
Right, so
straight
that's the
lines are
definition of a-
contained within the plane, Charles.
And common
So
section,
that's
common.
literally the definition of a plane perpendicular to a plane,
Yes, and this
Yes.
common
So-
section. What is this common section?
which contains
Charles.
within the proof.
Okay,
two
clarification.
perpendicular lines.
Clarification question.
Yes.
What is this common segment of two planes?
The intersection, the line of intersection between two
Line.
planes.
Yes,
It's a
line. So
It's a line.
he's talking about line.
But
Again.
that line isn't perpendicular. That line is the intersection. It's the common. It's the that line.
Yes,
where the
and
right
he's
angle
talking
is.
about one line is within a plane, and another line is this intersection line.
Well, it's all of the lines within the plane, isn't it? That it meets, the one plane meets the other plane and all of the straight lines in one plane meet the intersection point at right angles.
No, that's not
Yeah.
correct.
So you
No,
have
if you
point
have
at-
two intersecting, if you have two perpendicular planes, you could make obtuse angles and you can make acute angles.
Yes, that's why he's talking about when they meet at one point.
Well, but two planes don't meet at one point. Two
Yes,
planes meet at a line.
yes.
Perpendicularly. They've already meeting perpendicularly, and it involves straight lines.
Okay, but they are two planes meeting. Right?
I
Two
don't know
planes are
what your
meeting,
argument
and-
is, Charles. What's your argument?
My argument is that Euclid himself is using the word perpendicular to describe the orientation of two planes. Therefore,
Not
perpendicular
in book 1, Charles.
But he
Not
wrote other
in
books.
book 1 where he defines
books, right?
perpendicular between two straight lines.
So are you throwing out his definition of perpendicular planes? Are you saying that's
No,
invalid?
because they come later, Charles. We
Of course
start
they come
at the
later, but they're
beginning.
still written by Euclid. Right, but you can't just say let's stop with book 1 and just
That's
pretend
where he
Euclid did not write any other
defines
books.
perpendicular. It doesn't exist before then, Charles.
Describes.
It's a
He describes.
self-contained axiomatic system. In book 1, he defines perpendicular.
Or he describes perpendicular, which is what I've been saying this whole time.
It's definition
This
10, Charles.
Definition is description, yes. And you are confusing because you are talking about White House. It is name. Name can be definition if it is self-evident name, but name can be used as definition, but in fact it is at very rare occasions. But in fact, definition is description, what the thing is. So definition equals description.
And this is a proof. It's a proof of a straight line, Charles. Because if the lines aren't straight, you cannot have perpendicular right angles equal. Can you?
So
if the lines aren't straight and they're not in this relationship, you cannot have equal angles, can you, Charles?
So what about tangents? What happens if you have a tangent and a straight line?
If the lines are not straight, and if the lines are not straight, you can't have equal angles, can you, Charles? So the proof of the two right angles being equal is a geometric proof that the lines are straight.
Okay,
Right, Charles?
so what happens if you have a straight tangent line and another straight line, and they are meeting at a right angle? Would you call them perpendicular?
Are straight, Charles.
Would you call them perpendicular?
Tangent is a straight line.
Would you call them perpendicular?
It's just a straight line, isn't it, Charles?
So you're not willing to answer the question.
It's a straight line, isn't it, Charles?
It is perpendicular not because it is tangent, but because it is straight line.
Okay, if you have a straight tangent line and you have another line,
is there
and they
any
meet at a
other
right
type
angle,
of tangent line, Charles?
you're not willing to answer the question.
Is there
You know
any
what's coming.
other? Well, it's like the flat earthers and the flat planes.
Yes, you
Your
are adding
straight
irrelevant.
tangent line is
It doesn't
a
matter if
pleonasm, Charles.
Because you know what's coming. That's
No,
pretty funny.
it's because we know it's a pleonasm.
What?
A pleonasm.
Pleonasm is adding irrelevant description to the thing, like flat plane, because plane is already flat. So adding flat is completely irrelevant.
Does it make it invalid?
Of course not, but it is
Okay.
irrelevant. So
So
that's
if somebody
why
has a definition that has the word plane, and then someone inserts the word flat in front of plane, you wouldn't say, "Oh, all of a sudden this proof is invalid." You're just like, "No, that's an extra word. You could take that word out."
Yeah, it's part of the word games, the language games, because it implies that there's a different sort of plane somewhere.
So, but you shouldn't have a problem with me saying that if a straight tangent line meets another straight line at a right angle, or
it's just a straight
that
line,
they're
Charles.
perpendicular.
Yes, yes,
Okay?
we
Just
can
a straight
agree.
line.
Yes,
So you
yes.
can agree.
Yeah, I
So
agree. Yes.
it's tangent to a circle.
No,
We now
you
have
can
a line
draw.
that is
You can draw a
perpendicular to a
circle.
circle.
You can draw a circle anywhere, right? You can make your perpendiculars, and you can draw a circle anywhere afterwards.
Yes.
It's irrelevant, isn't it, to the
And if
perpendicular?
if the circle is, or if
Circle
one of the
doesn't
lines is
matter.
tangent to the circle at the intersection point, then we have the third line, or the
How
No,
do we end up talking
perpendicular.
about circles when
Sorry.
we're talking about perpendiculars, Charles? Can you remember?
Perpendicular involve two lines only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One's a tangent and one's a straight line.
Could I ask a question? Did you just say that the tangent was perpendicular to the circle?
No, the line that's not tangent is perpendicular to the circle. I was trying to, we're just using words. So I was trying to make it clear that of the two straight lines, we're talking about the non-tangent line being perpendicular to the circle.
No, it is
Obviously, the
not.
tangent is tangent to the circle.
You are making implication, invalid implication. It doesn't follow that if one of these lines is tangent, it means that it is perpendicular to a circle.
So wait, if the line that's perpendicular to the tangent, wouldn't that just be an extension of the radius?
Yes.
So are you saying that,
or the diameter?
So you're saying that
perpendicular to the other side of it, right? You could be squaring the circle, couldn't you? With the
but
perpendicular
if you're saying
to
that
the
it's,
tangent.
yeah, sounds like a contradiction.
No, it's just non sequitur. Because we have two straight lines being perpendicular, and the circle or extending into this line.
It's an equivocation of the tangent to the circle, because he's saying a line perpendicular to the tangent is perpendicular to the circle.
Yes, but it means by
Doesn't mean
implication that
anything.
that tangent is parallel to the circle. It is nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's an equivocation.
No,
he's
I never said
equivocating
the
the
word-
tangent
I never said the word
to
parallel.
the circle.
Yes, but it is implication, because
No,
if tangent
that's your
line
implication.
okay,
I
no,
never said
no, it is implication. It is logical implication. It is not my implication. It is just
it is
implication.
absolutely
Yes, because if you have a straight line, this vertical to this tangent, and you are saying that the circle beneath this tangent is perpendicular to this vertical, and this is what you are saying, by implication, it means that it is parallel to this tangent.
No.
Yes, because yes,
Charles,
it has to be.
You can't just say no, right? There's people here
because the
who
word-
can
the
see
word
the
parallel-
implications of what you're
It
saying.
doesn't.
Just
it-
because
The
you
word
say
parallel in
no,
Euclidean
it doesn't
geometry-
make it not true.
Well, the word parallel in Euclidean geometry can only refer to lines or planes. Okay, there's no such
Yeah.
thing as a parallel curve.
Yes, that's
Okay.
why. That's why this
You
implication
made
is
an
absolute.
equivocation between the tangent and the circle, Charles.
No, I did not.
Yes,
say
you
they were the
did. You
same thing.
said a line perpendicular to the tangent would be perpendicular to the circle. You are equivocating the tangent to the circle.
Well, it's,
You,
it's
Charles.
It's how you define a perpendicular to a circle,
You don't.
or any curve, or any surface.
You don't. You have a perpendicular to a straight line, not a circle. So you don't define it. You can. How would you define it?
Define what?
Perpendicular to a circle.
It would be any line that is perpendicular to a tangent at that circle, at the point of tangency.
Oh, at the point of tangency.
Yeah, as a tangent.
Any radius
intersects a circle at one point.
So the radius is perpendicular to the circle, is it?
Yes, as is a diameter. Yes.
Where's it perpendicular to the circle?
At the point of contact.
On the outside or the inside?
Well, the radius is inside the circle.
Yeah. So the center then. That's where it's perpendicular.
No, not the center. That's a very specific meaning. The point of contact.
On the circumference.
The point of contact.
Yeah,
yes,
you think
could say it's in the.
Yeah, at the circumference. You think the radius is perpendicular to the circle at the circumference.
The radius is perpendicular to the circle at the point of contact.
You realize that the perpendicular is the relationship between two straight lines.
No, Euclid disagrees with you.
Charles, does it say the circumference anywhere within perpendicular?
No.
Because the radius is a straight line.
Yes.
Right now,
The
you
tangent is
need to
also a
have
straight line.
perpendicular of the radius to the circumference.
Yeah, the definition, including the word tangent.
What
right?
tangent?
That's how you define it. Just the tangent to the circle at that point, at the point of intersection.
Of the circumference.
The radius meets the circumference at a right angle.
No.
And the proof of that is that if you construct a tangent, the radius will be perpendicular to the tangent. Just like the proof of two perpendicular planes involves constructing extra lines that weren't there in the first place, but constructing these lines and then proving that those lines are perpendicular to each other. That's how you can define two perpendicular planes. It involves constructing lines. So you can define a perpendicular between lots of things.
Was it you that asked your superior about that? You did say a right angle, right?
I had a humorous moment with the math department chair.
Yeah, where you have the radius or diameter meeting the circumference at right angles.
Yeah. That's the definition. You could,
It's not a joke.
I didn't
Charles.
create
I mean, that sounds
definition.
crazy.
Well,
you
can
do
look it
realize
up,
the circumference
right?
is not a straight line, is it? Whereas perpendicular is the relationship between two straight lines, and the circumference is not a straight line.
Description. Yes, but a plane is not a straight line either.
No, a plane contains all of the straight lines.
Right, but a plane is not a straight line.
It contains all of the straight lines.
A plane is not a straight line.
It's length and by breadth.
So according to your definition, you cannot have a plane perpendicular to another plane because
Why
a
not?
plane is not a straight line.
Yeah, it
Your
contains
definition of
all of the
perpendicular-
straight lines, Charles.
No, but a plane is not a straight line.
Contains all of the straight lines. Do you
plane is not
understand
a
what a straight line is? The shortest distance between
You-
2 points.
You understand what a
And if
plane
both
is?
of the points are on the plane, then that's the straight line, right?
So if you're going to argue,
I'm not arguing,
Euclid
Charles.
does,
We're just going over
that a
definitions.
plane-
This
if
is
you're going to
terms.
state-
We're coming to
if you're going to
terms
state, as
about the
Euclid
basic
does, that a
definitions,
plane-
the foundations of mathematics, geometric
do you believe a
understanding,
plane can be
Charles.
perpendicular to
It's a
another
straight
plane?
line. Yes, planes can be perpendicular. Yes.
Okay, so therefore,
Like a vertical
you can
plane
have
and a
curve
horizontal plane
perpendicular
are
to a
definitely
line.
perpendicular, aren't they? Just like a vertical line and a horizontal line will be perpendicular also. It works the same. Geometric understanding's wonderful like that. Like, it's good that you came here to show that, at least there's somebody up there sticking up for straight not being straight, but still being straight. Right? And right angles for the
you just
radius to the
equivocated.
circumference.
You just equivocated.
Did I?
Yep, you
Well,
used
then-
the word straight with two different meanings.
Yeah, because that's what you're pushing for. We've heard it coming from you. And that's
No,
what I'm saying.
no,
It's
what
a
I-
good
what I
job
pushed
that
for-
at least there's
what I
somebody
pushed for
like
is
you,
using the
Charles, that's
word
willing to be
geodesic. That's what I pushed for.
diletheist about this. I know we've just had a conversation about you imagining that the radius meets the circumference at right angles.
It does.
It can't. A right angle is the meeting of two straight lines, and the circumference is not a straight line.
Neither is a plane.
It's pretty clear to understand that.
But plane is not
a straight line.
Plane is not surface of the sphere, so
a plane is not a straight line. So if you're going to define perpendicular to be exclusively two straight lines, then you cannot have perpendicular planes.
yes, you can. And that's
I agree. Euclid agrees, but that means that the word perpendicular can refer to other objects or shapes or whatever you want to call it besides straight lines. So
that's why Euclid is using straight lines when he's describing perpendicularity of planes.
Yeah, that's part of the proof, right? Just like you can have a radius perpendicular to the circumference, and part of the proof involves constructing a tangent.
No,
I didn't make the rules, Bev.
I know.
You're
making your own ridiculous statements up. That's not a rule that you're saying. And saying afterwards you say something stupid doesn't mean that, you're not making the rules up. They're not rules. Yeah. They're just nonsense statements.
But I'm not making them up. I'm quoting much smarter people than me.
Which ones?
So I just posted in the chat. The circle's radius will always be perpendicular to the line at the point of contact, the point of tangency.
To the line at the point of contact. Yeah, it says to the line. Right, the line's a straight line. It doesn't say circumference there at all. It says line.
I'm trying to Google search on my.
What are you talking about, Charles? I mean,
as I'm talking,
it's a good job
really
there's you here, right? Because you're not going to get any help, are you?
Argumentative.
No, this isn't argumentative. We're just
no. I'm just trying to say it's not the best. It's not the best forum, or it's not the best way of having a conversation. Trying to do Google searches while talking.
Because you're making shit up. I would imagine it's really hard to back this stupid shit that you're saying.
But even if you posted something in the chat, the circle's radius will be always perpendicular to the line, so not to the circumference, to the line at the point of contact. So this line is tangent line. It is not saying that it is perpendicular to circumference. And the second is also referring to this tangent line. So not circumference. So it's a self-refuting statement.
I think that's 316.
Yeah, that was
316. Is that right? Did I see Tyson Fury with that on the back of his top the other day when he was fighting? 316. Book 3, Proposition 16. Is that?
Or it could be John 3:16.
Oh, so they might be a similar sort of thing, right? They have great meaning. 3:16. Does 3:16 have a great meaning?
I don't. Well, John 3:16.
Yeah,
definitely is a great meaning for Christians. Yes.
The straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from the extremity of it falls without the circle, and no straight line can be drawn from the extremity between the straight line and the circumference so as to not cut the circle. It appears to be a proof that that line is the only one, the tangent, the right angles. Straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter. That's exactly what we're talking about. And that's book 3, Proposition 16. So it must have great meaning, right? To prove that you're talking a load of shit.
So was this a fight that you saw with somebody on the back of his...
Yeah, Tyson Fury had 316 on his back. I thought it was sort of like a future prediction of you coming round here talking about talking shit about book 3, proposition 16, but it may be some other, I don't know, biblical meaning. What's the biblical one?
All right, Russell Brand. Why did Tyson Fury have 316 on his back?
I hope it says to
and
prove
it says
flat
hashtag
Earth, math, a
hashtag
load
Christianity.
of, talking a load of shit. Oh.
Oh, okay. So here it's a thing from Tyson Fury himself. Let me for some reason when I'm posting links it doesn't actually show the thing in question, but
John 3:16. Yeah, this one.
That's a tweet from Tyson Fury.
Mm-hmm.
That was back in 2015. That tweet was from.
Yeah.
Okay, and it is for some purpose.
Yeah, I think the Euclid Book 3, Proposition 16, bears more relevance to you talking shit about the radius being perpendicular to the circumference.
What was that proposition? Is it
Book 3, Proposition 16? It's the Book 3's this book of circles, and you know.
All right, so it's called a horn angle. That's what people call it. All right, straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from its end will fall outside the circle and into the space between the straight line and the circumference. Another straight line can be interposed. Further, the angle of the semicircle is greater and the remaining angle less than any acute rectilinear angle. Yeah, I guess they call that a horn angle.
It is just about proving that you can, at one point of intersection, you can have only one tangent which is perpendicular. So this proof is about that.
It just touches at that one point, because if you draw another line that's not perpendicular, then it will cut the circle, therefore not being a tangent. That's what the proof. It's the proof that the tangent is perpendicular to the radius. And if it's a proof that the tangent is perpendicular to the radius, then it's also a proof that the circumference is not perpendicular to the radius, isn't it?
No.
What do you mean? No.
Yes.
It's not.
You're
not
mad,
exclusive.
Charles. I don't know how you managed to get away with this
it is.
reasoning. It's you're mental.
Paper himself.
There's no logical thought goes on there, and definitely no critical thinking, Charles.
What I was talking about.
You were talking about something. It sounded like you were talking about optics. Like if you had line of or angle of incidence and angle of reflection. You know, so if you're looking at a funhouse mirror that is curved, well, where does your eye see your eye in the mirror? It's where the light ray hits the mirror at a right angle. And so you have a curved surface, a curved mirror, and if the angle of incidence to that mirror is 90 degrees, then you're gonna the light ray will be reflected directly back. So
No,
you're
it is
literally
right.
measuring an angle.
No, Charles, you are putting words into my mouth. No, I was talking. You were talking about normal, and normal is not surface of lens. It is not lens.
Well, no, normal is a vector.
Oh, perpendicular, for fuck's sake! It's just another word for perpendicular. Don't start trying to confuse people.
So if you have surface, curved surface like lens. So in order to establish this perpendicular, you need this normal. And this is, in fact, it is tangent to a surface of the sphere.
Yeah, it's perpendicular to the
or an oval or whatever. It's just to a curve. But it's still the relationship of two straight lines.
but
One of them
the
being the
tangent doesn't actually
center
exist.
of the radius for the curve, and the other one being the tangent.
Yeah, but the tangent doesn't actually exist. If you have a lens and you have a laser beam hitting
It
that
does,
lens,
because you need
the
it
tangent
for
doesn't actually exist.
perpendicular.
You can construct it, right? You can construct a tangent.
Charles,
but if you had a
like,
laser,
why are you doing
hitting
this?
a mirror,
Are you trying to convince yourself? Because I'm
No.
pretty sure people who are listening have had enough.
yeah, okay, we could change the subject.
Yeah,
to
well,
something
you've
a little more
failed
interesting.
hard every time so far. You've tried to talk about geometry. And we are just talking about straight lines. Because the perpendicular
planes.
is the proof of the straight line.
No, it's
Yes.
not. He defines straight lines long before he defines perpendicular.
Yes. Perpendicular is the proof of the straight line. You can't
No,
have
a straight line.
perpendicular.
A straight line is
You can't have
is-
perpendicular without straight lines.
Yes, that is correct.
So therefore,
but
it is a
but it
proof
doesn't.
that the lines
No.
are straight.
No, it's not. The straight line is one of these things where they what do they say? It's just sort of established, like point, line, and plane, where are just established. They're I forget, there was a phrase for it in geometry. Things that were just established without proof. They were
Definitions.
just
Definitions.
Yes.
yeah. It's been a couple of years since I
Yeah, we call them
since I taught
definitions,
geometry.
Charles.
No, in the very beginning of geometry, the
Definitions.
they're called undefined.
Starts at definition
No,
1.
no, they're called undefined.
Definition
terms.
2 and definition 3 is what they're called.
Okay, so
they are definitions.
In geometry, point, line, and plane are undefined terms. These words do not
They
have formal
are defined in
Yes, they
definition
are.
Agreement
1,
about what they mean.
definition 2, and definition 3.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
technically they're undefined.
No,
They're
they
Not
are
technically.
definitions.
Yes, they are technically defined. Yeah.
Anyway, again, Charles, you know, like when it gets really bad, this identity thing, when people try and tell you that the first 3 definitions are actually undefined.
Well, point, line, and plane are considered to be undefined terms.
They are definitions, though.
So they are maybe undefined for people who didn't read Euclid.
But anybody that's actually read the definitions, they can quite clearly see that they are defined. So calling them undefined would be mental, and may just be exposing you, Charles, as never actually reading Euclid. Other than reading a little book somewhere that tells you about all of the tricks and the cheat codes that other people have got.
But I definitely did enjoy.
They don't work, do they?
Teaching geometry with proofs. I definitely taught my students how to construct proofs. A lot of the other geometry teachers at the high school where I was teaching, would just skip proofs because a lot of geometry teachers didn't like proofs when they were students. But I thought proofs to be a very valuable exercise.
Jolly good.
Yes. So Euclid's elements are just proofs.
It's a book. It's a book full of them.
Yes.
Yes.
Axioms, definitions, and therefore proofs within propositions.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's why we chose
something that's
book
been...
11, proposition 1, for the Realising Euclid. Charles.
Yeah. I totally get that.
The proof.
But there's something that's been bugging me, and I've been meaning to ask you guys, and it surrounds the word implications. So in geometry, or even in like just logic, if you say a certain sequence of statements, of logical statements, and then it leads to a conclusion. Like it's informal, you could say, that it's an implication. So, like, for example, John is inside the house, and then at some point later, John's outside the house. Well, the implication is that at some point, John, exited the building either through a door or a window, or he busted a hole through a wall. But like at some point, like even without saying that John left the house, if he started on the inside of the house and he ends up on the outside of the house, at some point, the implication is he must have exited the house somehow. And so my question to you is, what do you think about the implication of like latitude and longitude being perpendicular? Like what does that really truly mean? Like if you really
It means
take
that they're straight lines.
Sure, but what's the implication? Meaning, if
Well,
you
they're
have
straight
another
lines.
city at the same latitude, right? If you go east and you find another city at the same latitude as you, and then
Well,
you
then
go
they're
further
on the
east
same
again,
straight line.
and then you find another city that's on the same latitude, and you keep going east, and every time you find a location, it doesn't have to be a city, it's on the same latitude, but then at some point you're going to return to where you started. So what's
What do
the
you mean?
implication of that?
Going on a straight line.
Well, but a straight line does not return to itself.
Orbits do, don't they?
Yeah. So, but if town A is east of town B and at the same latitude, and town, C is east of town B on the same latitude,
and you say
right?
latitude is
and you
that
just keep going.
We starting off with an understanding that latitude and longitude is perpendicular.
Yeah, latitude and longitude are perpendicular.
Okay, then. They're straight lines.
But have you thought about the implication of that? I mean, like obviously you've seen a globe, and obviously you've seen, Gleason's map, the AE projection map. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with both
the
a globe and
implications
a
of them
Gleason's
being
AE map.
straight lines, like
No,
like north, south, east, and west.
But what is
are
the implication
considered
in your
straight
mind?
lines.
If you think of a line of latitude as being a straight line, then how can you end up where you started? How can you go
wouldn't.
east from London?
You could just
and
turn
travel along
around
the line
on the
of
straight line,
latitude?
right, and go back again.
No. You're not. You're going east the whole way.
Oh.
You're traveling on a line of latitude,
west.
and eventually you will come back to your starting point from the west.
From the
You're
west.
traveling east the whole way. Yes.
On a straight line.
Yes. Well, no, not on a straight line. On a line of
not
latitude.
on a straight line. It is a straight line.
Meaning
Perpendicular. You said that at the beginning.
No, it's not. It's not a straight line. You
But
say
you
it's a
said
straight line.
perpendicular.
Yes.
Well-
Latitude and longitude are perpendicular.
Well, perpendicular is the
but-
relationship of two straight lines.
Right. So, but that's my question, Bev. My question to you is, you know how the world works. If you fly east,
I don't know. I've never flown
eventually
east.
you're gonna. Well, you've heard of other people flying east,
Not.
right?
No, I haven't.
And you can.
Actually, I've never.
You've never
Never
heard of
thought of
somebody
it.
flying east. But like, what's the?
So
you know,
I'm
what's the
trying to think
implication
now.
in-
We're in the UK.
What's the
Where-
implication in your mind?
where
How
would
can you be
that-
traveling
which
on a
way would
straight
that be?
line, and then
You said
come
that
back
they're
to where you started?
perpendicular.
Latitude and longitude are perpendicular. Yes.
Well, they're straight lines then. That's the implication.
Well, no.
That
the
if they're
implication in the real
perpendicular,
world,
then they are straight lines.
But how can you come back to where you started if you
I
go
don't know. I'm
east
not
the
saying
whole
any of
time?
that. I'm not making an implication that I'm going to come back
so
to
you've
where I
never-
started from. Like you just
you've never
said, what are the
right, but you've never
implications
thought
of them
about it.
being perpendicular? And I said, well, that means that they're straight lines. If they are
Yes, but-
perpendicular, then they are straight lines. That's the
But you've
implication.
never. So you've never thought about this conundrum that you've
Never had
established for
to.
yourself.
I don't. What conundrum is there? If they're straight lines, then they're straight lines.
In the real world, if you travel along the line of latitude eastward, you will return to your starting point from the west.
Oh, wait a minute.
That seems to be.
I've heard the flat
that
earthers
seems
do
to be a-
this. Flat earth math.
That's,
Yes.
that
The
seems
flat
to be a
earthers
a
also
conundrum.
have east and west as circles. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying.
You've got the flat earth east-west circles. So the implication of that is that if you measure an angle of azimuth, right, from north, and then you go to either east or west, then you're going to be drawing an angle to a curved line, a circle.
That's correct. You can be
So an angle to a curve. I mean,
lines.
that's impossible, right? That's what
No, it's
Nathan
not.
Oakley's been asking for.
Well, I don't take anything Nathan Oakley says. But what I'm asking
That's
you
what
about,
he's been asking for,
because
hasn't he? Is
you
there
live
any
in,
evidence
you live in the real world
of an angle
right?
measured to a curve, I think, or something like that? It's one of his
the thing is,
housekeeping
Bev,
questions.
you live in the real world.
Yeah, I did it.
Right?
So
And you know
any
that-
angle, you agree, any angle measured from north to the east-west circle that you've just said for some reason, even though you said that they're perpendicular, you said they're a circle. That can't be perpendicular, can it? Because it's going to be an angle to a curve.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, that
An angle
can't be
to a-
perpendicular.
That's what you say. But I'm asking you about the implications in the real world.
No, I'm telling you that you said that they were perpendicular, which means they're straight lines.
No,
but
it
then
does
you're
not.
putting an
That's what you
angle
say.
to a curve, and that's impossible because that
that's what you
can't be
said.
a right angle, Charles.
But what
So the
is also
implications are
impossible
that you
is
might
traveling-
be mad.
It's
I don't know
traveling
what you're
east on a
talking
line of
about.
latitude and returning to your starting point.
Problem is, I say the implications are that you, Charles, are contradicting yourself, and you can't even see it.
No, I'm being very, very consistent. Yeah, I'm being very, very consistent. But you know,
Are
the
you
thing
sure
is,
that
Bev,
they're perpendicular?
latitude and longitude are perpendicular to each other.
Are you
north,
are
north,
you
south,
are
and
you
east,
sure
west.
that
Yes,
they are
I am positive.
perpendicular?
They are perpendicular by definition.
Okay, right. Well, by definition, perpendicular is two straight lines.
No, that's what you say.
No, that's what
But
Euclid
in
says.
the real world, no. Euclid also defines perpendicular planes. We've been through this. But let's talk about how can you travel eastward on one line of latitude. I got my globe out here.
How can I
So I'm
travel
just
it?
gonna
I wouldn't know. I don't think it.
But I mean,
don't think
theoretically, I'm just going to pick London. You know, I don't know where you are. I'm just going to pick London. And if you go east, you know, you're going to hit Belgium.
Perpendicular, right?
If you go east on the same line of latitude, just travel along line of latitude.
And it's
you hit
perpendicular,
Germany,
right?
and you go and then you hit Poland, right? And then possibly the border between Belarus and Ukraine is approximately the same line of latitude.
Have you
keep going?
Have you got a
keep
globe
going
there?
on the same line of latitude.
You got a
You're now
globe?
going into Russia.
Have you got
What?
a globe?
Well, it doesn't matter. I do
Have
have a
you-
globe,
have-
but
you
you could
have
say
got a globe,
you could
yeah.
look up. You could look up. the
How can
latitude
how
and
can you meet Poland or Belarus within the same latitude? You say from London?
So what's the latitude of London? Do you know off the hand, Bev?
I haven't got a clue.
I know that it is north from Poland, so you cannot be at the same latitude in London and in Poland.
London is not north of Poland. That is not correct.
Yes, it is.
Okay, what's the? This is now a Google search.
Oh, I thought have you not got a globe there? Or are you
Lat-
saying your globe
Yeah,
might
but
have been
no,
printed
the
a little
globe,
bit
the globe
iffy?
doesn't say you know, the exact
Could
latitude.
they? Do you reckon that they could have like moved a bit? How accurate is it? Is it a 2-scale globe?
It's only like a 12-inch globe, so it's not terribly.
Is it 2-scale?
You know,
though?
I can't.
Is it
Yeah,
2
of course
scale?
it's to scale. All globes are to scale.
Okay.
So
Are you saying that London is at the same latitude as, let's say, Warsaw?
no, London has a latitude of 51, about 51 and a half, 51.4 degrees, and let me see.
Warsaw has like 40 something. I can't remember.
No, all right. How come it's? Oh no, Warsaw has a latitude of 52.19.
Oh,
what did I say for London?
I didn't know.
51.5 approximately. All right. Do you know the town of Lodz? Lodz?
No, I don't know what it is.
There's a town called, at least it looks like the letter L. It's in Polish, so it's L. I mean, to my English eyes,
Łódź.
Lodz.
Okay, Łódź. I understand.
Łódź.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's just north of the line of latitude that London is on. Anyway, so my point is that if you travel the line of latitude from London, let's say 51.5 degrees latitude, you'll go through the Netherlands, you'll go through North Germany, you'll go through Poland, you'll go through Belarus. All right, 51.5. You're going to go through Russia. You're going to go just north of Kazakhstan.
Are you sure they're perpendicular?
I'm just saying you're traveling along the line of latitude.
Are you sure you've
okay?
not been mistaken?
51.5 degrees latitude. Okay, that's what we're going. 51.5 degrees latitude. And we're going through
Do you reckon the flat earthers would say they're perpendicular?
Northern Kazakhstan. So you learned about latitude and longitude in school, didn't you, Bev?
Well, yeah, I always thought they were perpendicular, but it's always been really hard to get people to answer anything.
When I was a kid,
flat Earth math, would the flat
locate-
earthers also say that longitude and latitude are perpendicular?
So 51.5.
Have you ever asked the flat earthers, or have they ever asked you?
No. That topic has never come up.
What?
And
Longitude
so
and
where
latitude
are
being
we now?
perpendicular? Sounds
Latitude
weird.
and longitude
Sure,
definitely are
that's never
perpendicular.
come up. The relationship of two
conversation.
lines to one another.
Well, they're not lines. One's a great circle and the other's a small circle. But
you said they're perpendicular.
The point, yes. The point that I'm trying to make, Bev,
So you're
is
saying
that in the real
a big
world,
circle and a little
I know you
circle
don't-
can be
I know
perpendicular
that you
to
don't want
each
to
other.
talk about this. You just want to bloviate. But we're traveling in the real world.
circles
We are
can be
traveling
perpendicular
along.
to each other. Are you sure?
We're traveling along a line of latitude. It's so funny. You try to change the subject.
Big circle
Now we're
and a
hitting
little circle.
northern Mongolia. Northern Mongolia. There's a town called
Perpendicular,
which is almost the same latitude as London. So we're just traveling along the line of latitude. We're just going east. Now we're in, what is this? Northern China. Right? 51.5 degrees latitude. Now where are we? I think this is now Russia again. Now we're going through the Sea of Okhotsk. And now, how about the Bering? There's some islands. You know Alaska? Alaska with the Bering Strait? Or the Bering, what is it called? The Bering Sea? There's an archipelago from Alaska. You know what I'm talking about, Bev?
I don't know.
Yeah. So Alaska, if you look at a map of Alaska, it's got this long chain of islands extending to the west. Well, a couple of those islands are at the exact latitude of London. So we're traveling east. Now we're traveling through some of the islands of Alaska. And now we're in, British Columbia in Canada.
Does that make you feel... You sound at ease there.
I'm just traveling east. I'm just traveling east along the line of latitude.
No, you're not.
I'm just going east.
You're just
on
moving
a
your
map.
finger around the ball.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
actually, what I'm doing is I'm on Google Maps. I'm clicking on Google Maps. But yeah, so we're going through British Columbia, and now Alberta, and now Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and I'm just traveling east at the same latitude of London.
I was never
Quebec.
really that good at geography. Never really interested me.
And now we're crossing the North Atlantic, and now we are returning to London from the
geography?
west. We are
Is that
now
one of the
returning to
subjects
London
that you do?
from the west. Do you understand this, Bev? We left London going east, and we just got back to London from its west.
Well done.
How is that possible?
I don't think they're perpendicular, Charles. I think
I didn't ask if they're perpendicular.
I think you lied
said,
when you said that they were perpendicular at the beginning.
I didn't ask anything
Doesn't
about
sound
perpendicular.
like they
I said,
can be
how
straight
can
lines.
you travel?
Straight lines don't return back on themselves. That's not what straight lines do. But you said your starting point. You said that they were perpendicular. Perpendicular.
How can we travel along
the
a line of
relationship
latitude,
of two
Bev?
straight lines.
How can we travel along a line of latitude and return back to where we started from the west?
Well,
that's what I call the implication.
They
of your thinking. What is the implication?
Be perpendicular, can they, Charles?
So I'm not talking about perpendicular, and I'm not
you
talking
were
about straight
at
lines.
the beginning.
I'm
That's
saying,
what you started off with.
Well,
you said that they were perpendicular to start off with. That's why I said that means that they're straight lines.
Okay,
and then you continue to say that you met back up with yourself again. And that's obviously not a straight line, Charles.
So, well, what is it?
So the implication is that you were lying when you said that they were perpendicular. That's why I kept asking you, are you sure that they're perpendicular, Charles? And you said, yeah, of course it is. And I said, are you sure? Because they're straight lines. We even went through the definitions with you earlier.
And
you still continue to think that they were perpendicular.
So,
they can't be.
What angle do you think is between a line of latitude and a line of longitude?
I haven't got
what angle do you think it makes?
I don't know. You said that they were perpendicular.
Yes, that's my opinion. What is your opinion about lines of latitude?
I wouldn't know.
Or you wouldn't know?
No,
you definitely are bad at geography. What about a north-south line and an east-west line? What angle do they make with each other?
Oh, they're perpendicular, definitely.
Okay. So north-south is perpendicular to east-west, but latitude is unknown, has an unknown orientation with longitude.
No, you said that they're perpendicular, which would mean that they're the same as north, south, and east and west.
I'm asking you, Bev. How about anybody else who's listening in? A line of latitude and a line of longitude, what angle do they make with each other? I say they're perpendicular, but Bev says he doesn't know. Anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, this.
Yeah, it is a tricky one because it's what I was talking about, the implication. What is the implication?
That they're perpendicular. I think everybody else here understands the geometric.
Weren't you going on about northings and eastings?
Yeah.
And then weren't you saying
on
like
maps.
the line going, on a standard map, the line that goes left and right is a line of latitude, and the line that goes up and down on the map is a line of longitude. Weren't you saying that?
No.
You weren't saying that?
No, because the maps in the UK are grid lines.
Yeah, what are those grid lines? What does each grid line have in common?
They're called grid north. Right? That means the ones that are going north are called grid north.
Yes,
and
and what do they have in common?
Perpendicular to it are called east west.
And what do those have in common?
They're straight lines.
Well, no, what do they have in common? All the locations on one of those lines. What do they have in common?
All of the locations. They don't have
yes,
anything in
what
common.
all the locations have? They do. All the lines on the
same grid reading on that particular line.
All the locations that are on a east-west line have the same latitude.
No,
and all the locations on a north-south line have the same longitude. You could look it up.
No, it's called grid north, right?
Yeah, sure. You can call it a lot of different things. Grid north, eastings, northings, eastings. But if you take all the locations on one of those lines, they will have something in common.
Yeah,
if it's an east-west
they're called
line,
grid north, not longitude lines, right? They're called
No, I'm
grid
just saying,
north.
what do they have in common? Not what
different.
they're called. I didn't say what they're called. I said, what do they have in common? And you could look this
they're
up
straight.
yourself.
They're straight. They're grid.
What do they have in common, though?
They're
They have
straight.
something in common.
It's a grid.
Yes, they are
reference
straight,
system.
but that doesn't say what they have in common. You're funny, Bev. Anyway, I've overstayed my welcome.
Yeah, you've made a fool out of yourself again, Charles. But thanks for coming over.
It's all fun.
Tell your
on
friends
free for all Friday.
that tell your friends that they should come over too.
Got some good screenshots from from the chat.
But
Anyway,
but Charles, when you are going with your tour from London to London,
Yes.
you were making with your finger or whatever, you were making circle or not?
Yes. Yeah,
So
in reality, I was tracing a circle because I returned back to where I
yeah,
started.
yes. So I'm referring what you are literally what you were doing. So it was a circle, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So
every line of latitude is a circle.
So why you are insisting that they are perpendicular if you were making a circle?
So, well, that was the question. I thought the understanding in this group was that latitude is perpendicular to longitude. Do you have some disagreement that latitude
you said
meets
that,
longitude
Charles.
at some other angle? I thought that it was established, in this group.
But Beth posted this globe with this Peter. Can you see that in live chat?
Yes.
Yes. So
it's an animated. It's an animated GIF.
Okay. So but still, it is a ball, and these lines are just curved lines. So you are making a circle. So why? So you are saying that on this globe, on this this blue globe, these lines are straight lines?
No, I'm saying that latitude and longitude are perpendicular. So here's a question for you, Paper.
These lines on this globe, they are not perpendicular, but they are depicted as longitude and latitude.
Right, but what's the angle that they make with each other? What do you say? Bev says he doesn't know.
No angle. There is no angle between two curves.
Okay, so when you zoom in to say Warsaw, and you have a grid map of Warsaw with grid north marked, you have a bunch of lines going north south and a bunch of lines going east west. All the north south lines are all sharing a line, longitude. All the east west lines share a latitude. And you say that those two lines don't meet at a right angle?
Are you sure grid north? I'll tell you this again, just to help you out here. Are you sure grid north are longitude?
But they share longitude in common.
Are you sure? I'll ask you again. Are you sure that grid north is the same as longitude?
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said locations on one line.
So you say no.
Locations.
It was clarification question. So you are not clarifying with your answer anything. They are, or they are not.
Well, there's subtlety to the definition. I mean, obviously, north.
Not
north
equivocation.
Does not mean
no way, Charles
right?
would never do that sort of shit.
I mean, it's kind of like saying, a car is a vehicle, but a vehicle is a car, and it's like, well, no, a car is a vehicle, but a vehicle, you can also have trucks, you can have wagons, right? So I'm not going to say
Charles,
that grid
I'm
north
asking
is
you
the
whether
same thing as
grid north
longitude.
is the same as longitude.
No. That's why I'm clarifying.
Okay, so
all
they're
the
not the
locations
same
that are
then.
on one line, you have to listen to what I am saying. All the locations on one line of grid north share the same longitude. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that sounds like you're saying they are the same, but then you're also saying they're not the same at the same time.
If you're just going to
Charles.
ignore, if you're going to ignore what I'm saying, right? It's like
because
I said,
I'm not so sure that you understand what
car
you
is
are
a vehicle,
saying.
but a vehicle is not a car.
No,
okay?
we're talking about longitude
they're not synonymous.
and grid north.
Yes.
And I'm asking
Locations
you
on
if
one line of grid
they are the same.
Yeah, is there a reason why you ask me literally the same question three times?
Because you're not answering.
I've answered 3 times in a row, no. And then I'm clarifying that locations on one line of grid north share the same measure of longitude. Okay? That is my
So you're saying no, they're not the same, but yes, they are the same.
I never
which
said yes, they are the
is
same.
a You are. You're saying
No,
all of
no,
all of the locations on one
Share.
line of grid north share the same longitude.
Yes, that's correct. It's exactly
It
what I
means
said.
yes. So
That's exactly. Now,
yes.
don't put words in my mouth.
No, no, we are not
Say
putting.
I'm
But
saying something is synonymous.
yes,
That's
it is. It is. So synonymous. It means the same.
Yes. So
Yeah.
they're not the same.
Yes,
but
they are. Synonymous means the same. Charles.
Okay. Grid north is not synonymous with longitude. Okay.
But all points are
don't say
on the
that
same
I said
line.
they were the same while saying that they're different. Okay. My clarification is that all locations on one line of grid north share the same longitude. So here's a question for you, paper. A line going north-south through Warsaw and a line going east-west through Warsaw. Are you saying that those two lines do not meet at a right angle?
If one of them, at least one of them, is a circle, of course they are not perpendicular.
I didn't say anything about a circle. I just said a line going north-south through Warsaw and a line going east-west through Warsaw. Do those two lines meet at a right angle? I didn't say anything about circles.
If my answer is if they are straight lines, yes, they are perpendicular. But if they are not, they cannot be perpendicular. So because not straight lines cannot be perpendicular. This is simple.
I mean, you've seen a map of Warsaw, right? I mean, I hope you've seen a map of Warsaw.
Yes, you were
you got
talking about
lines-
zooming.
You got lines going north-south, and you got lines going east-west. And you're saying that
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
why we
know
were saying,
if those
Charles,
are
that's why I was
meet at a
saying,
90 degrees.
that's why we were saying there's grid north, and I don't think grid north is the same as longitude, Charles. I don't
neither
think
do
you
I.
understand what grid north is. Because
you and I are in
all of the
agreement.
grid
Grid north is not the
norths
same
are
as north.
parallel. Are all of the
actually-
longitude lines parallel?
They're not. Grid
No,
grid
okay,
north
so
lines
they're
are
not the same then, Charles.
So
Right?
here's another
Okay, are we on
If
the
you
understanding
travel-
now, Charles, that
Do
grid
you-
north is not the same as longitude?
I've said that 12 times.
Right, okay.
Okay. I've said that 12 times. All right. But here's a question for you, Bev. If you go on one line of grid north all the way until you can't go any further, do you agree that you end up at the North Pole, or do you just, have no idea where grid north ends up?
On the map, Charles, it's at the end of the
No,
map.
in reality.
The top of the
In
map.
reality.
Grid north goes to the top of the map.
Okay, but if you keep going,
Keep going where?
Go any further. In reality.
But
On
in reality, if we don't have a map, we don't know where we are going.
I didn't say if you don't have a map. I just said keep going north. Follow that grid north.
Grid
as far as you
north
can.
is on the map.
Okay,
the
but
map
in reality,
is the
We're
grid.
talking about reality. We're talking about reality. If
Yeah,
you
but
go
there's no
north
grid.
as far as you can.
There's no grid
Charles.
in reality,
So-
Charles. It's how we have mapped the land.
But grid north is aligned with true north, right?
They're parallel. The grid
that's not what I asked.
north in the UK on our maps, they are all parallel. So are you sure that they're aligned with north?
So
All of
grid-
them?
Grid,
Yes. If that's what you want to say, Charles, then yeah, I'll agree with you. If that's the way you want to go. All of
So-
the grid
so what I'm-
norths are aligned with north. Charles.
okay, but then they can't be parallel.
They are parallel.
So there's no such thing as the North Pole. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's
There's
not what
no-
that
there's
seems
no
to be
point-
what you said. You said that they were
No,
all
but do you believe that the North Pole exists? The point where all norths everywhere on Earth all point to the North Pole?
I think that's ridiculous.
Okay.
The North
So
Point.
what shape do you think it is?
The most northerly point.
Yes,
I think
most
that's
northerly
ridiculous
point.
because
So
you could
you
head
think that's
north and then
ridiculous?
end up going south, and that sounds contradictory to me.
Well, so you don't
I
agree
can't
that
even
if you
imagine
traveled north from the UK, that eventually you're gonna get to the Arctic? You know,
Wouldn't
just
I?
keep going north, right?
I wouldn't
You're gonna
know,
get to
Charles.
where all the ice is.
I wouldn't know.
But I mean, clearly you live in the real world, right? I mean, you know what's north of the UK,
No,
right?
not got a clue.
You don't have any clue. Okay,
Not a clue. Nope.
that's pretty funny. All right.
Why?
Well, it's like on the one hand, it's like you insist that you live in the real world, but on the other hand, you insist that that you have a very childish understanding of the world, and that there's nothing outside the UK,
No,
or
it's
that you
just
have
I
no
don't
knowledge.
know. I don't know.
So
the map I've got on the wall here, right? It's just got the UK on it. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Like they say, those grid north things end at the top of the map.
Right, but that's not where the
Doesn't
world
tell you me
is, right?
what's
I mean,
gone beyond
clearly,
that, does it?
Clearly, like the world doesn't end at the top of your map, and that was what I was getting at with the question of implication. Is like, what do you think is beyond the top of your map?
If I follow those grid north lines, right?
Yes.
Beyond the map, I get to the ceiling.
You get to the ceiling. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, have you ever heard of the Faroe Islands?
The Faroe.
Faroe, Faroe Islands. I just learned that that's actually a country, and they've got some pretty amazing infrastructure because it's a bunch of islands, and how do you get from one island to the other? And they've actually built a series of tunnels. Pretty amazing infrastructure.
Do you think they had horizontals being straight lines?
You'll have to ask them. So you go north of the UK and you get to your ceiling.
You know,
that's very interesting.
If you have these latitude and longitude being perpendicular, do you have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular?
Yeah, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Is that in the same way that latitude is perpendicular to longitude?
No.
Isn't that like a bit of a problem? That you've got
you have two meanings of perpendicular.
Yeah.
No, there's not. The meeting at a right angle. The definition of perpendicular has not changed in this entire conversation. Meeting at a right angle. And I think you even agreed with that.
Vertical and horizontal, yeah. I understand how vertical and horizontal meet each other perpendicularly because they're straight lines,
same thing with north, south, and east, west. Same thing with latitude and longitude. They all meet at right angles.
Well, how are they different?
Well, it's different context, completely different context.
Like horizontal doesn't meet itself, does it? If you keep going vertical, you don't like come back up from the bottom, do you?
No.
No.
But if you follow a level line, you might come back to where you start.
What?
Sea level. You follow sea level. If you have a water planet.
Sea level, you go up and down.
Going in one direction.
Up and down, like
let's say
bobbing up and down.
Let's say there was no tides and there was no wind. You have calm seas, and you're on a water planet. You could go
let's
east.
say fantasy.
You can go east on a level surface, and then you can arrive back at your starting point from the west on this water planet that has no wind and no tides. So yeah,
back to your
horizontal and
again.
vertical is nothing to do with latitude and longitude.
Other than
they do both
you
meet
think
at right
that
angles.
they're both perpendicular to each other.
To each other, yeah.
So
just like
they are
just like
linked
looking
in
at
the
your
way
reflection
that they're both, in your mind, perpendicular. Just there's something different about their relationship, which is exactly the same relationship.
To each other. It's not exactly the same relationship. If I gave you a sheet of graph paper,
perpendicular is what you said,
and you'd say, "Oh, look, all these lines on this sheet of graph paper are all perpendicular," and I can't say, you mean they're exactly the same as latitude and longitude? It's like no, they're not exactly the same as latitude and longitude. They're just lines on a sheet of graph paper.
What would a longitude and latitude perpendicular look like if it were on graph paper?
Meeting meeting at a right angle is the
Like
definition
it's
of perpendicular.
perpendicular, which is graph paper.
But graph
Or
paper is graph
vertical and
paper, and
horizontal.
latitude and longitude is latitude and longitude, and horizontal and vertical are horizontal and vertical. They're not synonymous with each other, even though in every case they're meeting at a right angle.
Which makes them the same.
No, it does not make them the same.
Yeah, geometrically, if you say that they have the same property, i.e. perpendicular, that means that they are straight lines meeting at right angles.
No, it does not.
Yes,
Just
it
because they
does.
share one property doesn't mean they're the same.
That's strange, Charles. This is really weird.
That's all right, Bev. That's all
You,
right.
you cannot change property of
No.
perpendicularity.
Meeting at a right angle. And that property has not changed in this entire conversation. I have never, ever said perpendicular and meant anything other than meeting at a right
you
angle.
were talking about implications. So
Yes.
implication of perpendicularity is that we are dealing only with straight lines.
But Euclid disagrees with you.
No, Euclid has shown you the definition of
Yes,
perpendicularity.
and Euclid has shown you the definition of perpendicular planes. So that means when you use the word perpendicular,
we are
you
talking.
you are not restricted to straight
Sorry,
lines.
we are talking about lines because I assume that
And
when
Euclid has defined perpendicular planes. So
yes,
that does
but
not
we are
mean,
talking about longitudes and latitudes,
well,
and
but
they
Euclid
are lines.
has
They are
used
not
the word-
planes.
They actually are planes.
Like
What?
like a horizontal
Because-
and a vertical
because
plane would be
lines-
perpendicular.
li-
You're saying
li-
they're the same as latitude and longitude being perpendicular planes.
Well, no, the word perpendicular is the same, but the actual concept is not.
But they're
and
planes.
to
Is
answer-
that what you're saying? They're not lines. They're
latitude and longitude are actually
planes.
planes. Yes, yes.
Right. Okay.
So 0 degrees longitude is actually a plane that intersects the entire Earth, and that's where the name parallels came from with lines of latitude. Lines of latitude.
When you say
are
planes,
called
do you
parallels.
mean circles?
Well, it's where a plane meets a sphere. That makes a circle. All right.
Both
But
of them,
technically,
though.
if you are on a line of
Both of them
of
are circles,
latitude,
right?
you are on a plane. Yeah, one's a great circle. It's a plane that intersects the center of the sphere, and passes through both poles.
So the
And the other-
planes are perpendicular.
No, the planes are not perpendicular. You can have an infinite number of planes passing through the North and South Pole. All right, and where those planes intersect the sphere are called lines of longitude. Meanwhile, you can have parallel planes that are parallel to the equator or perpendicular to the
Are you
axis of
sure you
rotation.
can have parallel? Isn't that Euclidean?
The parallel planes are
Yes,
Euclidean.
but these
Yes,
planes
absolutely.
are not. But longitude and latitude lines are on the surface of the sphere, and these planes are not on the surface of the sphere.
They're
So what
Yeah,
are
no,
you
they're
talking about?
intersecting.
They're
They're
perpendicular.
intersecting the sphere.
Yeah, they're perpendicular.
Not perpendicular. No, they're intersecting
You
the
said
sphere.
that they're perpendicular. Where are they perpendicular?
No,
then?
I did not. We're talking about
Latitude and
the plane.
longitude are perpendicular. That's exactly what
Oh,
we've been talking
so-
about.
Okay,
you,
so a
you
plane,
and your claim
a
that
plane-
that longitude and latitude are perpendicular. They've turned into planes, so now the planes are perpendicular. They must be. It's your claim.
Yes.
Right, so
technically
they are
So
planes
one-
and they
one
are
line of-
perpendicular now.
One plane that establishes two lines of longitude is perpendicular to one plane which establishes a line.
Say
of
that
latitude.
again. One
plane
Yeah.
that establishes two lines of longitude.
Two
right,
lines
one on the
of
front
longitude.
side. Yeah. In each hemisphere. Right, in each hemisphere.
It's the
eastern
same,
hemisphere and
it's
the
a
western
circle.
hemisphere. A great circle. Right?
Yeah, so
But
that's
it's
one
considered to be
line,
two lines of
right?
longitude.
One circumference.
Oh, but it's called two lines of longitude because they have two different numerical designations.
The same circle has two different designations.
Eastern hemisphere and Western hemisphere.
Right, but both of the Eastern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere are going to be perpendicular, right?
Well, no. If I gave you a number,
did you just
say? If I said 90 degrees longitude, well,
that they're
it's
not
90 degrees
perpendicular.
East longitude and 90 degrees west longitude are on the same line.
Did you say no, that they are not perpendicular?
Well, you were just sort of talking over me as I was explaining, as I was answering your question.
Yeah, but I was just trying to clarify whether they were perpendicular or not. We've just changed them to planes, and now we're trying to say that they are perpendicular planes, right?
Yes. A one plane of longitude is perpendicular to one plane of latitude. That is correct.
Okay, and the one plane of longitude is actually two lines.
Yes, one in each hemisphere.
Right, and what about the
90 degrees east longitude, 90 degrees west longitude are two different lines of longitude that are
does that work for the latitude as well?
No, it doesn't work for latitude.
The latitude doesn't have, it just has one.
Right, the whole way around.
One
360
plane.
degrees.
One plane, one line.
Or one line of longitude. Yes.
Okay.
And the thing that's funny, Bev, is that like if you have this sphere in front of you, like imaginary sphere, and then you cut it with a series of planes, you'd be able to visualize exactly what I'm talking about. But it's like you've got this blockage.
I bet you'd have to get a Euclidean sphere, wouldn't you?
Yes, it's a Euclidean sphere. It's a bunch of points that
and
are
that
all
would be
equidistant
Euclidean
from a center point.
planes.
Yes, Euclidean planes intersecting the Euclidean sphere. Yes, absolutely.
And Euclidean circles.
And Euclidean circles. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I've been talking your ear off long enough. I do appreciate your hospitality, Bev. It's nice talking to you, Paper.
Yeah, I like you opening up like
thank
this,
you very
Charles.
much.
Thanks for coming round.
Yeah, thanks for the contradictions, Charles.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
You guys are funny. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Here in the United States, it's a holiday weekend. We celebrate Memorial Day on
Bank
Monday.
holiday weekend for us is too. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, happy holiday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and cheers. Thanks for the hospitality, Bev.
Yeah.
You take care.
Thank
you very much.
Thanks. I would like to get somebody to mark Charles, from the Globe community to see how well he did there, because I don't know, that geometric understanding seems a little bit, I don't know, maybe for somebody that, I mean, most people would be bored shitless with that sort of stuff, really, wouldn't they? But it does fascinate me, because this is geometric understanding, and we've got the straight line, right? Isn't that a perfect example of somebody who wants to obfuscate what a straight line is? It's like Terence Howard and Whitsitt are working with people like Charles.
Yeah, this vibrating straight line is just killing me
Yeah.
today.
Straight lines and confusion about simple geometric terms. I mean, it is literally definition 10, book 1. You've not even started having any reasoning process to understand how you relate these lines together. This is literally definitional. It's sort of conceptual, right? You have to have this understanding to start off with before you can actually build anything within a geometric understanding. Definition 10. Perpendicular.
He didn't even try to address his problem with this longitude and latitude. But it is the first time I have heard about this slices through the sphere, because it is new for me to describe latitude lines as slices, planes through the
Parallel
center
planes.
of the. Yeah,
That
yes,
is
they
huge.
are, and of course, but it has nothing to do with lines, because supposedly there are lines drawn on a ball or on the whatever, and they are not slicing through anything on
Well,
the
they're
map.
perpendicular, apparently.
Yes, he was trying to zoom in something, but he didn't went to that, fortunately, because it is nonsense. This is the very old trick, to zoom in curved lines, to turn it into a straight line. It's like magic trick, zooming in, zooming in. It doesn't make it straight line. If it is circle, it remains circle. It doesn't matter how much you zoom in.
Well, I mean, perfectly stated by one of the most contradictory figures within this. And he should be, really, because I think Charles was here right at the beginning, at the conception of it. Like, and he's been flat Earth math, so he probably invented flat Earth, I would say. You know, with people that are obsessed with, don't know, geometry, trying to confuse, I think, obfuscation. And if you wanted to know how troubling it is, then just imagine flat Earth math in a school, teaching your kids or your kids' kids, or probably your kids' kids' kids, that straight isn't straight, or it can be straight and this other straight under different circumstances. Because I think that's what's coming, right? You just have to think of it differently when you're in this place.
Yes, but he was talking also about equivocation. This is
He was projecting equivocation when really he was.
yeah, because if you are you have straight line and you think about straight line differently, it means that you are changing meaning of word straight. It is inevitable. You cannot keep the same meaning of the word while changing thinking of that.
Well,
It is
this
impossible.
is 2024. I think that's what I've been here dealing with, right? We've been here all this time trying to show people that they're literally doing that. And they will gaslight you as much as Charles does. Charles only comes here because he's the only one that can come here. But, you know, at some point, they're going to be doing that to kids. Like, in this arena, they attempt to do it to adults. And it's a bit sickening, really, because they must think you're stupid to do this. Thank you very much, Gods. This place equals the best place. Well, I mean, I guess if that's what you're after. But, I mean, it's going to be tough because of all of the things that I've been called. That's what's open for everybody else. The ground's already been set. Charles thinks it's funny to come round here and gaslight adults about what perpendicular is. He's got a problem. Yes, Kevin, he did. He left on very good terms. I don't know why, though, really, because I hope everybody can hear that. Like, this is a show that we do. We do this open place, so people can actually get to hear this. But you have to remember, Flat Earth Math, Charles, is a teacher. He claims to work in a school system. So there are children he's teaching. And he says he doesn't, bring this sort of stuff that he's talking to us. But, I mean, if he's willing to gaslight adults on his delusions about what he understands geometry to be, and it's worrying. He has perpendicular being two different things, which means he does have this understanding that straight is two different things. He has the idea that the circle, obviously the radius and the diameter, are straight, but he can then call the actual circle by a different name and imagine it on a sphere, and also call the circumference straight. That's worrying. The teachers can do that, then I don't know. I'm glad my kids are out of school, because you can bet that there's more people like Charles out there. More teachers. How many times do you get a chance to talk to a teacher? And what would they say about longitude and latitude being perpendicular? Also north and south. Yeah, Constance. Yeah, but I mean, imagine. How do you know? Do you know which, what are you kids being taught in the school system? And are you willing to listen to somebody like Charles, tell you that you're the one that's got a problem? Because that's what he was doing. We're going to hang out with Sean. Let's go play some games with Sean Hawkins. Who's in?
Okay, guys, I am off to bed.
Okay, thank you very
Good
much,
night.
Paper.
Thank you very much.
I think it's time we ended or whatever. It's not been a bad night. Oh yeah, like I say, this place is changing. As long as we can keep it fun and keep it entertaining, these sort of conversations, I'm not too sure how much more we need to expose, and just giving it air is, exposing the fact that there are people out there that want to confuse what straight is. That's troubling. There's only one way to work it out, and that's to be able to have an understanding of logic formulated through geometry, specifically as we're dealing with these people. But it's mainly about the logic and being able to formulate these arguments. Get Buster ready. Anyone got a... what do you want? Anybody? Straight line?
Oh, you got any danger queued up?
Oh, I've not got it uploaded here, no.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Next time, hopefully we can get some danger.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Danger. See whether he wants us to upload it up here and get him on the playlist.
Well, then that was my choice. Since you couldn't appease that, it's on you now, Bev. So you got to pick.
Just so you know, you can You can line it up anytime you feel like. Yeah, you have
Thank you
my
very
total
much.
permission.
Hey, poor Emma will have some of that sort of stuff. It's good. Well, I reckon I'll give you a couple of choices then, right? What about two conflicting truths or who will?
Or we can attempt to ask Buster if he can play live.
He'll be
and put him on the spot directly.
He'll
Right
be
now,
he'll
in
be
front of everybody.
on his way back driving or something.
Oh, he can. If he can't play and drive, I don't know what to tell you. Is he an actual musician? I don't think so. But I tried.
Go on. Two conflicting truths or who will? What about chat? Is anyone? Let's give us a...
two conflicting truths.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
That didn't sound like a driving Buster to me. Sorry, Bub. Sorry.
Here we go. We'll probably be back over the Monday, but I can't say anything. There's some weird stuff going on. We're trying to formulate these arguments and stuff, and yeah, keep an eye out because they're really trying to do your nutting and trying to confuse you. Mind games is what we're playing at the minute, and keep hold of them. Make sure you get it. Okay, thank you very much. See you next week.
Let's give it a go. Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. trying to enable their thoughts. They got another problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go.